from the Auditor General about school district matters. Before we start, I'd like to make an announcement. The public testimony that was originally scheduled for this evening has been postponed, or should I say canceled. Anyone that wishes to testify can come back on the May 18th at 10 a.m. or 1 p.m. Before we leave, we'd be happy to sign you up for that session. Thank you very much. This is the public hearing of the Committee of the Whole regarding bills number 160170, 160171, 160172, 160173, 160174, 160175, 160176, and resolutions number 160180. Ms. Stitt, please read the titles of the bills and resolution.
Bill number 160170, an ordinance to adopt a capital program for the 6 fiscal years 2017 through 2022 inclusive. Bill number 160171, an ordinance to adopt a fiscal 2017 capital budget. Bill number 160172, an ordinance adopting the operating budget for fiscal year 2017. Bill number 160173, an ordinance amending section 19-1806 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Authorization of Realty Use and Occupancy Tax to further authorize the Board of Education of the School District of Philadelphia to impose a tax on the use or occupancy of real estate within the School District of Philadelphia under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 160174, an ordinance amending section 19-1801 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Authorization of Tax to further authorize the Board of Education of the School District of Philadelphia to impose a tax on real estate within the City of Philadelphia, all under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 160175, an ordinance amending Chapter 19-1500 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Wage and Net Profits Tax by revising certain tax rates under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 160176, an ordinance amending Title 19 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Finance, Taxes, and Collections by adding a new Chapter 19-4100 entitled Sugar Sweetened Beverage Tax under certain terms and conditions. Resolution number 160180, resolution providing for the approval by the Council of the City of Philadelphia of a revised 5-year financial plan for the City of Philadelphia covering fiscal years 2017 through 2021 and incorporating proposed changes with respect to fiscal year 2016, which is to be submitted by the Mayor to the Pennsylvania Intergovernmental Cooperation Authority, the authority pursuant to the Intergovernmental Cooperation Agreement authorized by an ordinance of this Council approved by the Mayor on January 3, 1992, Bill number 1563-A, by and between the City and the authority.
Thank you, Mr. Stitt. Today we continue the public hearing on the Committee of the Whole to consider the bills read by the clerk that constitute proposed operating and capital spending measures for fiscal 2017, a capital program, and a forward-looking capital plan for fiscal year 2017 through fiscal 2022. Today we'll hear testimony from the following city departments: Revenue Department, Board of Revision of Taxes. We will hear revenue tax bills, departmental callbacks. That will include pre-K, community schools, MDO, to discuss rebuild. First person to testify, Mr. Stitt, is
Frank Breslin.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning.
Please proceed.
Good morning, Council President Clark and members of City Council. My name is Frank Breslin. I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Revenue. Seated here with me today are Marissa Waxman, First Deputy Revenue Commissioner, and Michelle Bethel, Deputy Revenue Commissioner for Water. Also here today is the rest of my leadership team. To support the City and School District of Philadelphia, the Department collects more than $4.35 billion annually in taxes, water and sewer charges, and other fees and fines. Last year's collections exceeded budget projections, and fiscal year 16 collections are on target to meet projections. In fiscal year 17 and beyond, the Department will utilize its budget to help people pay on time, take appropriate action against those that fail to pay, and enroll eligible Philadelphians in tax and water relief programs. You have our written testimony, which outlines our expanded and new plans for fiscal 17. However, I would like to take a moment to highlight just a few initiatives. E-billing will be introduced in fiscal year 17 with an initial focus on water bills. As customers enroll in e-billing, we anticipate savings on postage and mailing materials. The department will increase the frequency of delinquent bills sent to taxpayers in fiscal year 17. A 2015 pilot and IRS research indicates that increasing the frequency of delinquent bill mailings leads to increased payments. A new data warehouse and case management system will be implemented in fiscal year 17. This system will be used to leverage city, state, and IRS data and conduct more detailed and accurate analysis of taxpayer information. The system will allow for increased collection of delinquencies. The department will continue to provide relief to homeowners and residential water customers. Today, nearly 250,000 Philadelphia households receive $100 million in tax relief annually through programs like Homestead and Loop, as well as long-standing programs like tax and water discounts for senior citizens. The department also supports efforts to increase the number of Philadelphians claiming the federal earned income tax credit, with over 17,000 tax returns prepared for free at city-sponsored locations this year. The proposed FY2017 budget allows the department to meet its mission of collecting tax and non-tax revenue due to the City and School District of Philadelphia, and we respectfully ask for your consideration of this budget. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and your continued support of our operations. My team and I are available to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. On your details in section 16, page 4, shows a $413,000 increase in Class 100 funds, which is attributed to taxpayer services enhancement. Can you tell me about that, please?
Yes. We're increasing the number of tax reps. We're also increasing the number of tax enforcement, our tax enforcement staff. So we want to be able to increase and improve our taxpayer services. So we'll have more reps downstairs in intake and on the phones to be able to improve customer service.
Oh, so you're shortening the lines. Okay.
Yep.
I was hoping you were going to say that you were going to lower taxes. That would be a great enhancement for a taxpayer, but no such thing. All right. Okay. So, page 7, testimony. You talk about the sugary tax, and I was actually going to hold this question until this afternoon. But you referenced it in your testimony, and the initiatives of the 5-year plan would be seriously impacted. And my question is not so much, what would happen if it was not enacted. My question is what would happen if the numbers that were reflected in terms of the actual taxes were to change. Since I've been here, it's rare that a proposed budget goes through council and is adopted the same as it was submitted by the administration. So and I guess this really wouldn't fall in your department, but there's been an analysis on the various rates, 3 cents, 2.5,
right.
2, 1.5, 1 half cent, quarter cent. Would that not fall within your department? And I only bring this up.
It would not. We participated in the analysis at the different rates, but I think that that question would be more appropriate for this afternoon's testimony.
Okay. So is there a reason why you have it in your testimony? You referenced the impact.
Well,
if the tax doesn't
it definitely would impact our department, and depending on if the rate or however it is changed, then we would have to adjust accordingly.
In your department?
In our department. I mean, we're responsible for the processing, we're responsible for the compliance, for the collection. So depending on what a rate change could possibly change our compliance strategy. It could have other factors, so it's something we would have to take back and discuss and see how that would affect us, because we do have position and programming and things built into our budget to support the tax.
So the tax will give you more revenue, therefore more employees to enforce and collect the tax.
Well, I think we've built the budget based upon, I think the budget has been based upon the assumption of the tax and at the existing rate.
Say that again.
I think the budget has been created based on the assumption of the tax at the prevailing rate. So any changes to that could change.
Your budget?
Yes.
In terms of your employees and the people
Yeah.
you would need to hire to enforce. Okay, so this is solely relating to your particular department.
Yes.
All right. But if there were not a tax, then it would not impact your existing department structure.
No.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure we get a little clarity because you reference it. Okay. Chair recognizes Councilman Green.
Thank you, Council President. I just had some questions looking at your budget detail. On page 46, I noticed that for FY16 and then on FY17 request, there's a vendor to be determined for EITC tax preparation and marketing services. I guess my question, considering the amount of information that has gone out through this body, we did not have a vendor who was doing the marketing of EITC, or we're using multiple vendors?
Hi, Marissa Waxman, First Deputy Revenue Commissioner. We did have vendors for this current tax season, the one that just ended, and we're assessing how things went both with our nonprofit partners who provided the free tax prep, as well as our partners who did the marketing and community outreach. So we'll be looking at whether or not we're going to extend those contracts and renew them, or if based on, once we have a sense of how this past tax season went, whether there's any adjustments needed. So there were vendors for last year. We anticipate using vendors again this coming year.
And who were some of those vendors?
So our nonprofit partners were the Campaign for Working Families, as well as Pathways PA, and Pathways PA was partnered with SEBA, and so they did the free tax prep. And for the marketing and community outreach, we used two firms, A, B, and C, Creative Intelligence, as well as Community Marketing Concepts.
Mr. President, in your testimony, page 7, in addition to the comment you made regarding the sugary drink tax, you also made reference to the possible alteration to the Sterling Act. Can you give some perspective on how that may impact the city budget for next year and going forward?
Sure. I'm going to call roll. Do you want the legal background on the Sterling Act? Or do you just
I have
want
some understanding, but I just want to get a quick legal review, and then also what the financial impact may be.
Good morning, Council President Clark and members of City Council. My name is Frank Paiva. I am the Chief Deputy for Tax Litigation. Could you please repeat your question?
Yeah, my question was on page 7 of Mr. Breslin's testimony. There was reference to the possible state legislation in altering the Sterling Act in particular in reference to requiring non-resident wage tax to be remitted back to the home jurisdiction of the community working. And my question is that current legislation that's moving through the House and Senate, as well as what type of financial impact would that have on the city?
Well, currently I do not know the status of that litigation. That litigation would be very damaging to the city's fisc. To enable the city to lose their super credit. Basically, what happens right now, we have non-residents who come to work in Philadelphia. They pay us the entire wage tax. Under this proposal, they would get a credit against the wage tax for what they would be due their local jurisdiction, which currently the local jurisdiction doesn't get anything.
Right.
So this would be devastating. As to what the dollars are, I haven't seen any calculations. I know it would be significant. And we're talking a significant, probably over $100 million, at least.
And I think, we haven't done a detailed analysis on this. It's ongoing as information comes out. So I see some conversations about the wage tax itself being unconstitutional. And so that's a little different than just talking about a piece of the wage tax. But I think in either case, obviously we really rely on the wage tax. It's the biggest part of collection. So that would be devastating for us to lose the wage tax in whole or even in part, even to lose the non-resident portion of the wage tax would be, it would be devastating.
Well, I think it's important that we have, I guess, some additional information. The question is how is the administration monitoring this? I mean, is it just a piece of legislation that just got introduced, that's still in committee? Is it out of committee? Because this is something that we should be really concerned about because of the dynamic between Harrisburg and Philadelphia, having legislation that could say to legislators who are outside of the city or other parts of the Commonwealth that a portion of your tax that you're paying to the city of Philadelphia should stay within your home jurisdiction or go back to your home jurisdiction is something that they would benefit but would be a detriment to the city of Philadelphia.
Councilman, at this point, the legislation hasn't been introduced. There's just a lot of grumblings about it, and so we haven't seen the exact language to be able to evaluate it further.
So it's more so that you're monitoring, because when I hear possible state legislation, my thought is that this legislation has already been introduced and it's on a track. So you just heard some perspective that this legislation may be introduced.
Yes, and in fact, in prior years, it seems almost every other year they introduce something similar to this. It usually dies. It has died in the past, but it's something we are concerned about.
Okay, all right. I have another question. One of the things that I've been doing since coming into council is working with a number of community development corporations around the city. I've had a chance to tour various CDCs, and one of the challenges that a number of the community development corporations have is how they can navigate the process regarding the CDC tax credit. And so the challenge is how do they identify corporations that have the tax liability that could participate with that community development corporation. And although there's a lottery for the process in order to get in, unless they already have a corporation that they already know has a tax liability, what often happens is that they go through the lottery process, they get selected, and then they think some of the businesses they do work with or have relationships with have the tax liability and then find out they do not. And then some of the CDCs don't have the ability of actually going through the program. So is there any better way? I know there's some issues in reference to providing information in a public way regarding information regarding corporations, but is there a better way that we could help in the matchmaking process?
I understand the challenge, and one of the restrictions we have is the fact that we can't release confidential tax information, so we can't give that information out as to which corporate entities, which business entities would have that level of business income and receipts tax liability. We'd be happy to, we'll sit with our team and kind of brainstorm if there's a way that we can assist in that process, but I can't think of one that comes to mind right now.
Well, my time is up, and I do have some other questions, but maybe there's a way of informing the corporations that do have that tax liability that this is an option. So you're giving the information to the corporations as opposed to releasing that information to community development corporations.
Yeah. Also, I want to point out that, recent legislation allows that to be split between two partners.
Well,
Yes, I'm sure you're aware of that.
I'm aware of that, but it's still
So that was an original attempt to make it easier for the CDCs to be able to find a partner, but I realize it's still, in some cases, a challenge to find a business that has that level of BERT liability.
But even putting something, even going out with the tax bills, the BERT bills, there may be a way of including information regarding the CDC tax credit that you're sending out to various businesses, and they may take the onus upon themselves to participate, because I think many probably don't even know about it, let alone, and they may be willing to participate.
Yeah, we could certainly assist in getting the word out to potential business partners. We could do that.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Bass.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
Good morning. I just had a couple of questions, and Commissioner, we had actually spoken about this before, and I wanted to revisit this conversation a little bit about one of my constituents who paid his tax bill, his real estate tax bill, at the wrong window. And he was already in danger of being, going to sheriff's sale. So he came into town, he paid half the amount that was due, I think it was like $5,000 or something like that. And his house was sold anyway because he apparently paid at the wrong window, he was told afterwards. And so I have a great concern about the way we operate in terms of collecting revenue, and that all of our systems aren't really designed to be as customer friendly as we would like for them to be. I know that when we spoke about this before, you said that you had resolved these issues, and I'd like for you to go into some detail to talk about that. And also, I noticed that in your mission statement, it states that your duty or your mission is to collect tax revenue as promptly and efficiently by increasing on-time payments and decreasing delinquency. So I'd like for you to talk a little bit about, the systems that we have in place, and how can we be helpful to you? Is there something that we should be doing that can be more helpful to you to make sure that these kinds of things don't happen, that we are customer friendly, and that people can pay their taxes or whatever they have to pay to the city of Philadelphia, and it's processed appropriately and correctly, and we don't have these kinds of mess ups again, because it's a huge problem, as you know, unraveling these kinds of things.
Yeah, one of the things that I'm very conscious of and is a high priority is taxpayer services. So we really want to make it as easy as possible for taxpayers to pay their taxes. And there's multiple reasons for that. One, it's our business, and when we interact with a taxpayer, we want that to be a good customer experience. Sure. And we want it to be, and it's the opportunity, it's the image that a taxpayer is going to leave with of the city of Philadelphia. But so we're doing things to improve taxpayer services. We're bringing in more staff to reduce wait times, as I referenced. We're in the implementation of a new cashiering system, which will help us process checks quicker. We've brought a new queuing system into our intake system. And for anyone who hasn't seen that system, it's really worth visiting the concourse of MSB. Taxpayers can essentially make an appointment from their handheld device or from a computer and come in, or when they walk in, they sign in the queuing system, and they now know what their approximate wait time is. They can leave and get a text message when to return, so that makes it much more convenient. If it is, we're trying to reduce wait times, but if it's an extended wait, they can actually leave and return. If they do it remotely, they know what time to show up. So we've also improved our phone system to reduce wait times. We're also always looking at our messaging to taxpayers, and we're also in the process of improving and upgrading our web page. And I left out, but it's a key initiative. We're also working on improving e-services so that customers don't have to come in to see us, so that if they want to pay remotely, they can do it electronically, and we're able to get the price of an electronic check, e-payment, down to zero. So there's no cost for someone to pay electronically, and one of the great advantages is, they get confirmation that it's received. And so that goes back to the misapplied payment. I mean, people, if they can and they pay electronically, they actually dictate where the payment is going and get a receipt back electronically that shows that the money was processed how they intended.
So one of the issues that I'm having is that as you speak about the improvements that you've made, it sounds very vague. And so when we say, we've improved this, there's no data that's telling me, where we were let's say last year at this time and where we are now and what we've done to improve it. And so, for example, when we say we've improved wait time, and phone service, what was the wait time before? Was it 2 hours that I was waiting on the phone and now it's 1 hour?
No, we do.
No, I'm just saying.
No, my comment just being that we do monitor that. There's a weekly report. We monitor wait times on the phones. We compare them year to year. We're constantly trying to improve those wait times. During our busiest season, which just passed, our tax season, our wait times were below 10 minutes, often in some weeks below 5 minutes. So we were very pleased with that. That's compared to wait times that were 20 to 30 minutes in past years. Now, that didn't all happen overnight. That's been incremental progress over the years. I'm not trying to say that all of these things have happened, clearly not since January when I've been here. These have been things that have been going on and have been improvements, and so we're tracking that. So we track those customer service initiatives. We just, over this past tax season, did customer service surveys. So we had staff downstairs in the concourse, in the lines, doing surveys, and we're accumulating all that data. We took where taxpayers wanted us to, did not want to be anonymous, and left us names and contact information. We're actually getting back to them about their comments. So we're really taking taxpayer services seriously.
Very good.
We have a lot, the queuing system is brand new. The cashiering system is coming on. Phone system was like approximately a year ago. So this is a process, and we just, I hope that every year I can come in front of you and say that it's better than the year before.
We hope so too. Let me ask you, if I owe the city of Philadelphia $10,000 as an example, I don't owe the city $10,000, but if I did, and I came down to revenue and I had $2,000 and wanted to make a payment arrangement, what would I be told?
It would depend on the circumstances. We would look at your account and determine the type of delinquency. It depends on what tax it is. We would look at your history, and then we would make a determination whether that was whether we could put you into a payment agreement. And the reason I say that, and it is one thing that came out of our last discussion, and I've talked to my deputy for taxation, and we're looking at all of the payment agreement criteria to just revisit it and see if it's criteria that really makes sense, to assure that it's not something we've just been doing it that way for a long time and we're continuing to do it. But there are some cases where taxpayers come in for an agreement and the terms that they are asking for are not acceptable to the department, and that may be based.
What does that mean, it's not acceptable? Is there a matrix that would tell me that any one of us could look at and say, well, you qualify for a payment arrangement based on A, B, C, D, and E, or because you were, you broke 3 previous agreements, you're ineligible, or is there something that's concrete, or is this something that's arbitrary, or a determination of the supervisor, or someone who's on duty that day, and depending on if I'm having a great day, I might give you an arrangement, and if I'm not having such a good day, then you're just we don't want to hear it.
It's a little bit of both, and that's why we're looking at it now too. So it's a little bit of there are general criteria, and then it's subject to supervisor or manager approval. And not all of that approval criteria is not set in stone. So that's what we're looking at right now, to see what that criteria is, if it makes sense, and then if we can have more uniform criteria for the approval at higher levels.
Okay, I'll come back around. I have some more questions, but I think that having something that is uniform is absolutely crucial, so that there isn't any, there's a payment arrangement made for Mark, but Cindy can't have one.
Yeah.
It has to be uniform.
Yeah, and I didn't refer to UPA specifically, but for any of the owner-occupied payment agreements, there is specific criteria.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Dom.
Thank you, Council President. Good morning.
Good morning.
I have a couple of questions, and I want to start out with the big pieces first, and that is the total value of the real estate in Philadelphia, according to OPA, is roughly $134 billion. And that amount has stayed the same in 14, 15, and 16. Do you think it's reasonable that that amount, and by the way, the real estate market that I'm familiar with has gone up at least 3-4% each year, which means we didn't collect a lot of revenue. Do you think it's reasonable going forward that we could expect the growth to be at least 2% per year over the next 5 years, which would give us about $550 million more in revenue?
That's really not a question for revenue as much as a question for OPA. I'm not versed in real estate values.
Right.
We rely on their assessed values, come into revenue, and essentially we take the tax rate, do the math, create a bill, and then it's our responsibility to collect what's the result of those bills.
Okay. Let's skip to something else for a second then. The delinquencies, one of my favorite topics, you know that. Including water and sewer, we're up to about $700 to $750 million. And water and sewer is like 125 to 150 of delinquencies. And I know we're working on a program for the real estate taxes, which are like 336, and the water and sewer, which go close to 500. We're working on an idea on how to collect that. The other question, though, is the BERT taxes that are like 136 million, and the commercial trash that's 32 million. Do we have programs on how we're going about collecting those monies?
We do. We have a collection strategy for those taxes. I think the challenge that we face with the business income and receipts tax specifically is that there's the challenge is in collecting from businesses that are no longer active. So we have, really good enforcement tools for an active business, and that's why we realize it's very important to identify the delinquencies early and act on them early. But built into those delinquency figures that you're referencing are businesses that have been out of business for a long time. They could be corporations where there's no money left in the corporate entity. So it's very difficult. I mean, we even have a process. It depends. BERT tax is difficult because we really can't go after the owners. If it's wage tax or an agency type of a tax, then we do have a process where we look to see if we can go after the responsible parties for that corporate entity and go after them. So there is a strategy, and I think we've been really effective utilizing CAL revocation on active businesses, and I always footnote that our goal is not to close businesses, but our goal is to use that enforcement tool to get them to pay, and that's been really effective in the last few years that we've been using it. We've also been using sequestration with great results, and I think our case management system is really going to help us better identify how to attack some of these delinquencies.
But I thought the list that we were given was a cleansed list of the original 1.8 billion that we were told by the controller's office, and now we're down to 750, and I thought that list represented what's actually potentially collectible. Are you saying that a lot of the BERT taxes aren't?
It's potentially collectible in terms of its age. So none of the other factors. So it has been what's in that list, I believe, first you're getting accounts that we are getting paid and they're compliant, but they're delinquent. So they're compliant by our definition. They're in a payment agreement or some other status. They may be under appeal. They could be in bankruptcy. So there's some action that's preventing us. They're in payment agreements. There's some action that's preventing us from doing anything further. We consider them compliant, but they're in that delinquency.
Okay.
Then also, there's the fact that we're saying they're collectible because of their age, so they're within the statute of limitations, but that does not mean that the business is still active. They could be defunct. The assets could have been liquidated.
So do you have an estimate on the BERT tax of 136 million, what you think is realistically collectible?
I don't have that number today.
Is that something you can get for us?
We could definitely do some analytics of that receivable and give you a better idea of what we think.
And is that receivable saleable? Or can we monetize that receivable and sell it?
I don't know that.
So there are companies that buy receivables that we can get the cash for and let them do the collection.
Yeah. I don't know the answer if we could. And
What
the
about the
ramifications
commercial
would be.
trash? It's 32 million.
Commercial trash, we have just started, that's relatively new to the department. We just took collection of that over a few years ago from the streets department. We've been making great improvements, I think, in collections there. We just started sending that out to collection agencies. It's lienable, which that's very good
That's
for
great.
us. Yeah, that's great. So we're making sure that the liens are out there on it. We're also working with financial institutions that are partnering with us, that if there are mortgages on those properties and we have a lien, that they definitely don't want their interest jeopardized. So they're either working with their customer to get payment to us, or in some cases, they're actually paying it on behalf of their customers and then going after the customers. So that actually just started, just piloted this calendar year. And we're going to try to roll, we only did it with one institution, we're going to be rolling that out. We think that'll really help with that delinquency.
One last question for this round. We bill 103 billion roughly of real estate, so that at a rate of 1.4, our collections are about 1.4 billion roughly we bill?
Yes.
And today, what is our collection rate versus the delinquency rate on real estate taxes?
In the first year we collect 94%.
94. So just to clarify, the 6% we don't collect is about 84 million?
That sounds about right.
Okay, all right, thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Jones.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and it's still morning, good morning.
Good morning.
And I asked some of these questions before, and I gave you a heads up I was going to ask them again.
Okay. So I should be ready, right?
Yeah, you should be ready. Couple quick things, though. And I think Councilman Dom covered it a little bit, but on the receivables end, how are we progressing in out-of-town real estate owners who are delinquent, and with the state regs isolating abilities to capture some of that stranded revenue?
Okay, so we just started piloting that project in the current fiscal year. We've done liens in two counties. So we've done it in Montgomery and I believe Delaware County. And the reason we're kind of going slow, first of all, it was a long process, a long legal process we had to go through to get all of the authority and familiar with the process. But now what we're doing is we're going into
For the record, how much is that receivable? What is that universe?
We'll get that for you. So what we're doing is we started in two counties placing liens, and the reason, and we're doing it very small. I have the numbers, but it's somewhere, I think, under 40 properties that we've done.
So this is like a beta test?
It is, because one, we have to learn how, each county is a little bit different for placing these judgments. And so we have to learn the process, learn the costs, and we're doing that in each county. The other reason is we kind of had a pilot project with a vendor who helped us to identify these other locations, because we don't necessarily have if I own a property in Philadelphia and I'm delinquent, but I also reside and own property in Bucks County, Philadelphia Department of Revenue, we don't necessarily know that. So we've worked with a vendor who's helped us identify these properties outside for our delinquents. And that was just a pilot project that started with 1,000 properties. So we've decided that we want to move forward with this.
What are your initial findings? What has been the result? Is it, are we along far enough to see what might be out of this sampling a foreshadow of things to come? Have we done any? If you could get me that number and the number of the total universe we're talking about.
Yeah, so the total number.
Hi. So for the real estate delinquency by mailing address category, we found that there are about 6% of accounts that list a non-Pennsylvania address as their mailing address. There are another 7% of accounts that list a Pennsylvania but not Philadelphia address as their address. And then the remainder are either the property itself or an alternative address within Philadelphia. So that's 88% of the properties and represents 90% of the amount due. But as the commissioner stated, there may be some instances where the mailing address for a property is in Philadelphia, but the owner still has a location outside the city, and that's what the outside vendor helps us
Let me
find out.
rephrase the question. How much money is that?
How much money is that? So there's $16.7 million owed by folks where the mailing address is not Pennsylvania. That's principal, interest, penalty, and other. There's another $17 million that is owed by properties where the mailing address is Pennsylvania, but other than the city of Philadelphia.
So that universe
So add that together, and it's about $33 million.
and in your opinion, your professional opinion, is that a real receivable or is it a stranded receivable? Uncollectible? In your rough guess.
I think that's a real receivable.
Okay, so that's real money.
Yeah.
So again, are any of your preliminary beta tests coming back? What are the tea leaves or actually the numbers telling you?
Yeah, we have had, I have the numbers here, but we've had, it's new and it's small volume of properties, but we've already had taxpayers coming in and paying. So the indication is that this is an effective tool. And we've also had taxpayers, we have taxpayers that have paid in full and taxpayers that have come into payment agreements. And I think it's effective, and I think it's surprising to taxpayers when they find out that there is a lien against their non-Philadelphia property for these delinquencies.
Well, that's a good thing. We've been talking about this for a couple of years, President, and I'm glad to see we are at least moving in that direction. Predictive dialer system, how are we doing on that? Or is that in?
Predictive,
So-
outbound
so-
calling?
Yes.
We have not pursued outbound calling. Instead, we've been relying on collection agencies to essentially do that work for us. That's kind of a shift, I think, from our initial collection strategy, but we made a decision, at least at this point, not to make the investment in equipment to do that ourselves, that it was better for us, more efficient for us to use collection agencies to do that.
So let me ask you this. Okay, shifting gears. Who are our top 3 institutional receivables, such as PHA? Do they owe us money? There were a couple of years where the water bill was not paid. And on government properties, those kinds of potential revenues were not paid. Are we categorizing big institutions and government? And if so, who are the top 3 big ticket?
We have looked at those for water and tax and are actually investigating the receivables to determine which receivables are owed and which ones are not, and then initiating collection action on the ones that are actually owed. I don't have with me the top 3, but we can get that to you.
So I'm going to ask you to provide that to the chair. A couple of years back, we were shocked to find out who actually owed us money. And what was truly ironic was they don't play when it comes to their money. And so we believe turnabout is fair play. And before we go seeking any other taxes, we should collect the ones that are due us, particularly from people who can't run. And so I'd like to see that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Reynolds Brown.
Good morning, and thank you very much.
Good morning.
If we could start off by the women on each side of your table stating who they are and their role in the department.
Hi, I'm Marissa Gorin-Waxman, First Deputy Revenue Commissioner.
Good morning. I'm Michelle Bethel. I'm the Deputy Revenue Commissioner for the water side.
For the water side? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I could not hear clearly your response to Councilwoman Bass' question regarding how citizens can pay online. Does revenue charge a fee for those citizens who desire to pay online?
No. Just recently, we were able to get the fee waived, so there's no longer a fee for residents who want to pay electronically through e-check, which is a very easy and secure method of paying electronically. So that's totally free.
Okay, and so what about the water department?
It's the same.
Oh, it's the same now for the water department?
Correct.
So there's been a change?
Yes, there's been a change. Yes.
Since water came to testify?
Yes, the e-check went free in April.
Oh, okay. All right, so was that due to a new contractor or to you all appealing to the contractor to make it plain that if we want to move to be a paperless society, they need to help us get with the program?
Yeah, it's something we were working on with the contractor for some time, and
I see.
it just happened in April.
Who makes decisions about contractors and revenue? About subcontractors and revenue? Who makes those decisions ultimately?
About the contractors?
About who you hire to collect fees?
Well, the contract that we're talking about, the electronic payments, is actually, I believe, an OIT contract, but we participate in, because it affects revenue to such a great degree, we participate in that jointly.
Pull the mic a little closer, please.
Yes.
So that means that you're at the table and you participate in the decision-making process about who ultimately secures those contracting opportunities?
Revenue does, yes.
Okay. ABC, tell me more about them.
The media firm?
Yes.
We're talking about?
Sure. So ABC is a firm that we utilized for the EITC project. They were partnered with Community Marketing Corporation, which is a MBE firm, to do the community outreach portion, and ABC did a lot more of like the micro website and a lot of the materials and things like that.
Are they local?
So they have an office in Philadelphia.
Who's they? Which one?
ABC and CMC, both firms are local.
They have an office in Philadelphia?
Correct. I believe ABC is over at 15th and Walnut, and I forget where CMC is, but we can certainly provide that to you.
Okay, that would be helpful. That's it for now, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. One quick question. I think maybe a couple of years ago, we passed a law. Some people thought that we didn't need to actually enact a law, that we had the authority, but we passed the law anyway. So essentially, we were finding at the tail end of the AVI program, we were finding that there were a significant number of property owners in the city of Philadelphia that had minimal delinquencies, but they own properties outside of the city of Philadelphia, and we authorized the ability for the city to place a lien on all of their portfolio. Remember that?
Yes, that is the...
I think we had a name for it. I can't remember.
Yeah, Act 93 was the...
all right.
We were talking about previously is where if you have a delinquency on a property in Philadelphia, but you own real estate within the state of Pennsylvania, other real estate within the state, we could actually transfer that lien to that other property.
How are we doing on that?
And we're working, that's the one that we're piloting right now. We've done it on a small number of properties in 2 counties within Pennsylvania. The results are very promising, and the plan is for full implementation in fiscal year 17.
17, okay.
Yep.
All right, just popped in my mind, I remember. Okay, can you say we're doing a pilot program now?
Right now, we're finishing up a pilot, yes.
How many property owners are we?
Memory, 62.
62?
We did 62 properties so far in 2 counties.
Okay, all right. Okay, can you keep us abreast of that? Because the whole notion was it was going to incentivize them to pay their taxes.
Absolutely.
And I'd like to see if that was successful. But if we go outside of the state, we have to be subject to the other lien holders within that particular municipality or state. Is that my understanding?
That I'm
Or do
not
we
sure.
not have the authority to go outside of the state?
Council President, with respect to Act 93, even within Pennsylvania, the lien that we have here in Philadelphia,
Right.
when it's transferred into the other jurisdiction, say Bucks County, it no longer is considered a lien. Instead, it's considered a judgment.
Okay.
So it will be behind Bucks County's municipal liens
Right,
and other judgments that are ahead in time.
right.
So it acts as if it was a judgment when it's transferred out of Philadelphia into the suburban jurisdiction.
No, we should be in line. The question is, well, what we saw, and I know it was a small snapshot, which is what brought it to our attention, that we were finding that these people were paying their taxes in the other counties and not paying them in Philadelphia County because our collection process was sorely lacking in terms of the aggressive nature.
Yeah,
And
and how
that's what-
quickly we brought things to sheriff's sale vis-à-vis other jurisdictions. And that has
Right.
improved greatly over the past
No, I
few
know
years.
I'm getting some of the calls. I know we're being a lot more aggressive.
Right now, what we're seeing, and this is in its infancy because there were some delays with the modernization of the liens with the courts, but we're seeing around a 10% collection rate right now. So
Okay.
you put out 100 liens, 10 of them will get paid in at least in a 6 months period. We'll see as time goes on whether that 10% increases, but that's been our initial observation so far.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilman Green.
Thank you, Council President. Wanted to follow up on some questions that you had talked about in reference to some other council members, and I'm curious in reference to the coordination between your office and OPA and the CAMA system. From testimony yesterday, my understanding that CAMA is going to provide a lot of opportunities in reference to going forward and doing a much better process of assessment. What's been your interaction with OPA in reference to CAMA and better coordination between departments?
Yeah, our department and the Office of OPA has regular meetings. So there's regular communication between the departments. It's a standing meeting. Happens, I believe it's every 2 weeks. Not a meeting I'm in, but I see the staff. And so there's very good communication between the departments. And I've personally have conversations with Michael Piper when issues come up. So I would say there's a really good communication between the departments.
Okay. One of the questions I've been getting when I visit various businesses around the city, the concern in reference to clearances, where, for example, you have a restaurant which has a liquor license and they need certain type of information provided for their liquor license and they can't get the clearance from revenue. And there's been other situations like that where various business entities are waiting on revenue to get things cleared up. I know Mayor Kenny coming into this administration talked about making the city more business friendly. What steps are we taking to take those various steps to make it easier to do business in the city of Philadelphia?
Okay, specifically with the tax clearance system, I was made aware when I came on in January of the problems, that there have been some issues with delays in tax clearances. So we're working with that. We're looking into what's causing those, and we will resolve that problem. The goal always is with tax clearances is for that to be an expedited process. And what we want is when we issue a tax clearance certificate, and that's a certificate that the taxpayer can use indicating that everything has been paid. But when we give an indication to a taxpayer that they are not compliant, then we give them a phone number to call. And the expectation is when they call that phone number, someone in the tax clearance unit will be able to tell them exactly what deficiencies they have and what they need to do to clear them up and actually expedite that process. And to the degree that that hasn't been happening, that would be troubling, and we will see that that is not the case. In a broader sense, we have and this is brand new, I mean, just as of a week ago, but I met with Harold Epps and heads of other departments, and we've created a cross-functional working group, which is going to actually break down into subgroups, into various categories, and with the goal of making it easier for businesses to do business with Philadelphia. So that is in its infancy, but that has just started, and we're expecting a lot of that. And even at the first meeting, we dove right, it wasn't just a brainstorming issue, but we dove right into some of the issues and established some subgroups. So I think you'll see some improvements come out of that group.
Along those lines, for example, in my previous capacity of working for Councilman Tasco, when we had a issue that would come to our office, and often when issues rise to a council office, like a district office, it's because the taxpayer got frustrated because they went to this department and they said, well, go to that department. Well, it's not our issue. Talk to revenue. It's not revenue's issue. It's L&I or some other department. And so by the time they get to the district council office often, or at-large office, they've gone through what I call sometimes the wheel of unfortune of going to various departments. So, for example, when I dealt with constituent issues in Councilman Tasker's office, we often dealt with Lisa Walker in Revenue, who did an excellent job of helping us expedite the issue and getting the issue resolved. From a business perspective, why can't we create some type of a specialized unit that could help business owners to really pinpoint and get their issues addressed quickly, so that way they don't go through this wheel of unfortune?
Yeah, that's an excellent idea, and one that's been presented to the department before, and one that we haven't counted out, but we're just struggling with how to really structure that office, as in terms of whether that be a taxpayer advocate, an ombudsman, a problem resolution office. We've seen those, and just the concern is that we would use if we used existing staff to do that, that would short staff us in our regular operations, or that we wouldn't have the ability to adequately staff that problem resolution unit, so that would just lead to more frustration. So my point, I think it's something that is still under consideration, but it really needs to be carefully constructed in order for it to be effective. Otherwise, it'll just lead to more frustration on the part of taxpayers if we have a problem resolution office where they're still having a problem getting their problem resolved. So that's the kind of a long answer to it, but it's under consideration. We just have to figure out how to really structure that.
Okay, my time is up, and I do have some additional questions, but I guess my concern is there a process for establishing that office, or will we be here next spring during the budget season asking the same question?
Well, what we're trying to do is we're trying to really resolve the problems at the source and make that better. For an example, we've talked to L&I about possibly embedding a revenue employee over in L&I at the front desk, so that taxpayer won't have to go over to revenue to clear up a problem and then go back. So we're really looking at those ways first to reduce the problems, and then we would look at the problem resolution office. So I'm not promising that something that's going to happen quickly, the problem resolution office. It's under consideration, but we really have to be careful about how to structure that.
Thank you, Councilman. To follow up on the Councilman's question, and you know your department better than I do, clearly, but I don't think it's as difficult as you indicate, because in the last administration, as related to developers and the development generally in the city, I guess Deputy Mayor, and also Commerce Director, whatever Mr. Greenberger was, they created unofficially a unit called the Developer Services Unit that brought in all aspects of departments that provided assistance with planning, and it was unofficial, where it was like a one-stop shop for developers or people who wanted to build or people who had interest in about getting zoning and all of that, all within one division. And subsequently, we formalized that by passing the charter change that created the Office of Planning and Development. So with respect to the councilman's question, I think if that's a priority of the administration, that they can just create a department creating the Office of Business Services for traditional businesses and not just developers, or we can do a charter change. I mean,
Yeah, I guess
So,
I was referring to actually structuring.
we have already set a precedent on how you do that.
Understood. I was really referring to structuring it within the Department of Revenue. You know, the IRS has a problem resolution office, so that was kind of the model I was looking at. It's within.
Okay.
They also have a taxpayer advocate, which is external, which may be more what you're referring to. But I was really looking for something internal where the way the IRS process works is if you go through normal channels and you reach a level of frustration,
I'm saying it was
you contact problem resolution, and their guarantee essentially is that within 30 days they will have that problem resolved, and then they shepherd it through the process. And it's twofold. In one, you want to get the taxpayer's problem resolved, but the other side of it is to look where there was a breakdown in the system and then try to fix that so so another taxpayer doesn't experience that same frustration and then thereby doesn't
Right.
need the problem resolution office.
Okay. All right. Well, I concur with the councilman's assessment. We hope we're not asking the same question next spring during budget hearings. So hopefully you can get that done. If you need any assistance from us, please let us know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Bass.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
So just a couple more follow-up questions. Can you talk a little bit about tax amnesty programs?
The city conducted a tax amnesty program back in 2010.
2010 was the last time
It
we
was
did one?
2010, yes. It was tax amnesty. I believe that program brought in about $73 million. Very successful in terms, I think, of what it was designed to do, which was it sent to fill a budget gap or to meet a need for cash flow. But after post-amnesty, in looking at the analysis, what we realized is that the amnesty program really just brought in money that would have come in. So it kind of shifts. And my concern with amnesty programs in general is they tend to undermine compliance. And we've made great strides in tax compliance since our amnesty program. One of the things that we stressed during that amnesty program was essentially that this was the right time, your last chance. We hadn't done one for about 20 years prior to that, and we really stressed that we were not going to do another one. And so we did that for two reasons. One, to optimize people taking advantage of that amnesty program, but also to send the message that, unlike some other jurisdictions, we will not be doing successive amnesties, because what some jurisdictions have fallen into the trap of is they run amnesties fairly frequently, and then taxpayers come to expect amnesty programs, and it starts to undermine your compliance effort. They don't pay because they want to get the deal, and they're waiting for the deal. The other thing that we sensed during amnesty was a level of frustrations from taxpayers who pay, because they feel as if taxpayers who did not pay are being rewarded for noncompliance. So amnesties are very tricky in terms of how they affect compliance, but when a jurisdiction is strapped for cash, sometimes they will rely on an amnesty program.
I understand the ideology behind it and the thought process that says, you sort of undermine yourself in your collection. But I do think that there is something to amnesty programs, that they bring in revenue that, I know you said that you thought they bring in money that was coming anyway. And I think that they bring in money that was not coming, because usually if you're trying to get amnesty, you have some level of interest and penalty that is unmanageable, difficult for you to see your way out of that situation. And so if there's amnesty, there's an opportunity to make yourself right with the city of Philadelphia, because you can shed some of that. And so I don't think that it was money that was necessarily coming in anyway, because if I can't figure my way out of this situation, I'm just kind of stuck here. But with amnesty, some of the interest, do you remember how much of the interest and penalty went away the last time we did an amnesty program?
I believe we abated all of the penalty and half of the interest. One of the other challenges that we have with amnesty is you essentially shut down business for a period of time when you're ramping up. I mean, taxpayers hear that there's going to be an amnesty program, so they stop paying as they wait for the amnesty program. And then it relies heavily on technology. Mm-hmm. So, having gone through it, it's really hard to have understood before going through it. Our program was 54 days, and we, from day one, through our media outreach, encouraged people to come in early and, take advantage of it. But like taxes in general, the majority of the taxpayers came in the last week to 10 days. Mm-hmm. And it was just a huge onslaught of checks, and it's very chaotic. So then there's a very long cleanup period afterwards to get all of that money applied. And during that period, you really have no collection efforts because you don't know who has paid, who hasn't paid, until you can clean up all of that. So I'm just saying this to,
It sounds like we don't have the capacity to do amnesty, which will bring in additional revenue. It sounds like that's...
Internally, we do not. So when we did the amnesty in 2010, we brought in a vendor who did have the capacity to do an amnesty. They had just done New Jersey's amnesty, which was hugely successful, one of the reasons we selected the vendor.
So why do we have to shut down if we can bring in a vendor?
Well, shutdown may have been the wrong word. It's just that there's so much money comes in during that period that it takes quite some time for it to be processed, be reflected in our system. And during that time, we can't be out doing any aggressive collections because we don't know if the person had paid during the amnesty. You have to wait until all that money is processed. And that does take some time.
There's got to be a better way. There's got to be an easier way for us to collect money in the city of Philadelphia. We've got to make it more user-friendly. I mean, we have a system that's so antiquated, it's really ridiculous. Yeah. And I'm not blaming you. You didn't put the system into place. But, we're looking at you to help us fix it and to make it a system that's going to work for everyone. And right now, it just doesn't. It's a broken system. Even with the improvements that you've made, and I thank you for making those improvements, we still have a very long way to go. And not just a ways to go in terms of technology, but also our thought process about collecting money in the city of Philadelphia and how important that is, and that we can't send people away. If folks come in and they have a tax debt, there really needs to be someone that sits with them, who understands the situation, who does some sort of an analysis in terms of what this person can pay and works it out. We have to work these things out. So,
and I agree with you there, and there is a place where we can make immediate change. So we are looking at that piece.
Okay.
Sitting down with the taxpayers and being able to make it easier to get into agreements and not turn people away that come in wanting to pay. And I think that, we have some technological advancements coming on now. And another piece is we have a very antiquated system. Our TIP system, which I'm sure you've heard referred to, is very antiquated, presents us with great challenges. I believe in fiscal 17 there's going to be a replacement study, so hopefully we're going to make some progress towards replacing that system, and I think that would go a long way because most of these modern systems make it easier for taxpayers to pay their taxes and make it easier for revenue departments to collect.
Can I ask just one quick question, Mr. President?
Sure.
If I were to walk over to Municipal Services right now and to ask anyone who's waiting for help from revenue, how would they rate the services that they've received, that they were getting ready to receive or have received? How do you think that person would respond?
It really depends on the person. I will state that
overall, I know everybody's got a different opinion.
I did a review of the surveys, and I was very surprised, and maybe I shouldn't say that I was surprised, but I was very surprised at how much taxpayers expressed satisfaction this year during tax season. We had a lot of taxpayers, and we'll be happy to share the information
I
with
would
you.
really like to see that.
But that's not to state that there weren't taxpayers that were highly distressed because of things that took place. And so we looked at all of those and took those serious and we're bringing those back to managers to look at how we can improve the process so that doesn't happen in the future.
As you organize that data, I think it would be helpful to share it with City Council. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Heenan.
Thank you, Council President. Good afternoon. You had mentioned in your testimony about enhanced communications. Enhanced communications?
Yes.
Enhanced communications in partnership with OIT. Is this enhanced communications with taxpayers or just other departments?
Both. I mean, we're looking to do outreach we do a lot of outreach through community organizations, to tax professionals. We really try to get the word out there about changes, what's going on in the Revenue Department, tax changes. And this is all in an effort to increase voluntary compliance, but we're also looking to enhance communications with other departments. So I mentioned OPA, L&I, OIT, all those departments and others.
Can you work with OIT to find ways to share your information and to share it at least with other departments while you're still respecting and honoring the confidentiality protectment and information that's required?
Yeah, and that's our effort. If we can share the information, we do.
Because that's what we struggle with.
Yeah, and I understand. And there's times when we look at the data and look for a way that we can share the data that won't violate confidentiality. Where it becomes tough is when the data being requested is in a form that clearly violates confidentiality, and then there's not much we can do. But where we can aggregate data, and that's useful, we'll do that. Where there's other ways, we're definitely open to sharing data. We're not trying to hoard our data. We just have to be very respectful of confidentiality requirements, especially, we're using third-party data. A violation of confidentiality could jeopardize our ability to get data from the state of Pennsylvania, from the IRS, and we're highly reliant on that data for our collection efforts.
Okay, so if, somebody in this body requests information, do you respond and let them know that it's confidential, or just there's no response?
We will respond and let them know that it's confidential, and then we will try to work with them in a way
to try to find
a way to give them
what we're looking for,
exactly,
without breaching the confidentiality.
Absolutely.
And when you put the processes in place, and you better communicate with the general public and other departments, would you be able to come back? I mean, is there a timeline for that? Do you have a timeline for?
It's ongoing, so there's not an exact timeline, but
maybe during the summer, if you can, after this budget process, would you be able to brief council just on, in the individual basis, on an office basis?
Sure.
For this way, the senior staff have, know what we can request and what we can't.
We can do that.
And we work, and I just want to know for the record, I mean, we work pretty well with revenue, but we do run into, over the years, some confidentiality.
Yeah, and hopefully the data warehouse, which will be going live February of next year, will also help us. That's going to be a repository for a lot of data. So some data that's really hard for us to access now will be easier. So it's not always confidentiality. Sometimes it's just that the information being requested we don't have readily available, and in order to dedicate the resources,
And I think everybody hopes that the data warehouse finally comes online with that data sharing information, because I think it's that kind of public information that we would like to share, right, and to utilize and to better provide effective services from our offices in conjunction, working with partners with you as a department. So we saw an increase in the realty transfer tax. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that from the number of sales or higher value of sales?
I would think it's both. It's increased sales and also that the values of the
Okay,
properties
and
are higher.
We'll check with, OPA as well on that. The realty transfer tax is paid at settlement, is that correct?
Yes.
And at all private settlements?
It should be paid, but it's not always paid. There is non-compliance even in real estate transfer tax. So we do have a compliance effort within revenue where we review deeds and transactions, especially large transactions, to see if they were claiming some type of an exclusion from the realty transfer tax that was not appropriate. And in that case, we'll assess it and then put it into our collection effort.
Does it automatically become delinquent status, or
Yes.
just non-compliance?
It would go into delinquent status.
All right, and your rate of collections on that? I mean, this wasn't a question I was going to ask. I'm just kind of rolling with it as we're having the conversation.
We do have the compliance rate. We have that on real estate transfer tax.
Well,
It would be a very high rate, though.
Well, while you're looking for that, are there any other city documents at the table during settlements that you're aware of?
Are there any other?
Because I'm getting to somewhere. So you have the transfer tax. So are you aware of any other City of Philadelphia documents that are at a settlement?
I don't know the answer.
All right. So what I'm trying to get to is I think there's a real opportunity for education there. Education that at the moment of sale, the person may be a first-time property owner or first time in the city. It would be a great opportunity to remind people that they need a renter's license, right? And an HIL renter's license, a vacant license, and if there are other certain expectations and responsibilities that come with owning a property in the city, I think that would be a perfect opportunity to do so. And is there a way to partner with other agencies to think this thing through? I mean, think this out, like, with L&I, just where we can get some additional information out at that moment, at that time in settlement. I mean,
That's a good idea, and we can definitely brainstorm.
Just want to throw out there, especially when
we can definitely brainstorm around that. We had at one time, and we could revisit it. As one time we had partnered with, I think, the Philadelphia Board of Realtors too, so that we gave them like collateral information that they could hand to taxpayers who essentially put in the jacket when properties were going for sale in Philadelphia, which just explained a little bit about the taxes.
And that'd be great, especially when it comes to vacancy.
Yeah.
Right, and accountability for what the, education on what the law is. So, I mean, if there are some other, I'm interested in, pursuing these conversations, working with other departments just to see if there are other ways where we can deal with vacancy, blight, and/or, responsibilities of a property owner in what's required from the city. This way we don't have to, it just, hopefully even if it increases our delinquency or accountability by 10% or more, I think at that time, at that moment, folks will be educated.
Yeah, and I think we've made some advancements with title companies to make it easier for them to identify delinquencies, water and tax delinquencies, so that those are getting paid at settlement. So, because that's a great opportunity for us to collect.
All right, great, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Dom.
Thank you, Council President. And a few more questions I wanted to ask, but I wanted to mention, first of all, I appreciate the first 4 months of my term here, your cooperation. You guys have been great in cooperating, so thank you very much for that. And I also want to thank you for the great job on the EITC outreach you guys did this year. The website, everything was great. And my question on that is, do we have any kind of statistic yet that compares 2014 to 2015 on the earned income tax credit of how much was left? I know that in prior years we left $100 million. Do we have any idea what we may have left this year?
I think it's too early to really tell how much was claimed. It takes some time to get that kind of information from the IRS. What we're encouraged by is the volume of taxpayers we've had through the free tax return sites, and we're hoping that that's definitely going to make an impact in that money that was left on the table.
Well, I got to tell you, I went to a lot of places to speak about it. Every place I went, Revenue Department was there with the brochures, with the information. It was great. It was very good.
Thank you.
A couple other questions I just wanted to ask. I'm not sure if you have the answer. I've been told that on the delinquent taxes, 40% of the delinquency is from people who don't live in the city of Philadelphia. Do you have any kind of data about that?
We do have some data on that. We'll look. Yeah.
So for the real estate taxes, when you're going by mailing address, about 6% of accounts and 5% of the amount of money due is for properties where the mailing address is outside of Pennsylvania. For properties, and that's about $16.7 million, including interest, penalties, everything else. And then for properties that are outside of Philadelphia but within the state of Pennsylvania, the mailing addresses of about 7% of properties that are delinquent and 5% of the amount due, so that's another $17.4 million. Those properties where the mailing address is inside Philadelphia or the property itself, that accounts for 88% of the delinquency and 90% of the amount due.
Do you have any breakdown of what the delinquencies are based on owner-occupied versus investor?
Yes. Want me to go? Okay. So, 92% of homeowners are current on their real estate taxes. The remaining 8% is around 20,000 delinquent homeowners, and so that's 22% of all real estate delinquencies. So those homeowners owe $97 million, and that's about 20% of what's due.
So, but of the delinquency, what percentage are investors versus, let's say, people that live in the home themselves, owner-occupied?
So owner-occupied is 22% of the delinquent properties.
So the majority of the delinquency, 78%, are investors?
Well, they may be, they may be businesses. So we know homeowners,
Right,
which is
right.
basically, do they have homestead? Are they in loop? Or were they a property that used to be eligible for homestead, but when you no longer get a homestead in abatement, they lost their homestead?
So you're basically, in simple terms, 1 out of 5 delinquent properties are owner-occupied.
Correct.
And the other question on the delinquent taxes that are about 336 or so in real estate, and the water and sewer is 125 to 150. Do we have an idea of the AVI value of those properties?
The market value of the property? That's something we can get.
We get that number? Okay. Can you also send me the figures, or send it to the council president on the delinquency numbers that you just cited? Those are interesting to me, all that information. So the AVI value is important because we'll know our collectability rate. You know, if it's $5 billion against 500 million owed, we know we're going to collect that. Especially also on the commercial trash, because the value of the lienable assets depends on the value of the asset we're liening. So I'd like to know in the 32 million what the values are of that debt, of those properties. Question on fees. Last week, president of the courts were testified and had a question, and I think their court budget's roughly $150 to $160 million. And I was told that the state supplies like $60 million, the city of Philadelphia writes a check for $56 million, and the fees are $34 million. And when I questioned the last time the fees were raised, it was 1984, okay? And I think inflation is about 140% since 1984. And I think there was a court order in the 90s that said the court system has to be self-sufficient. We shouldn't be paying any money. My question to revenue is, there's fees from the court system, sheriff's department, L&I. Do you monitor to make sure that those fees are kept up to date and kept up with inflation? Because on the court system, for example, if it was kept up for inflation, we're looking at probably another $50 or $60 million that would take us out of funding the court system.
Yeah, that's not something that revenue has looked at, so I'm not sure where the responsibility
Who would be
is.
responsible for, because it's revenue, who's responsible for monitoring fees and keeping them up to date?
I don't know. We can find that out for you.
Okay, all right, thanks. So that's a big area of money when we're talking about needing money for pensions or that we could close the gaps with that kind of collection rate.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Jones.
Thank you. Quick question. We passed a bill, an ordinance that became law that talked about the itemization of bills. Particularly the spirit of the legislation was for seniors who often come in making payments on bills, sometimes payment agreements, and they were very unclear about what a dollar was being applied to, whether it was penalty, whether it was interest, what were the different categories. And that was some years ago. And I wanted to know, and I asked you this one before,
Yes.
where we were on the implementation of itemization of bills within your department.
Okay. And I had indicated, but I had said I was unsure and I would get back to you, so that I thought it may be connected to our new cashiering system. And that is the case. So that system has been significantly delayed, and we're looking at a go-live of the basic system next month. And then because during that process, this legislation passed, that was an enhancement to the system. So that will happen after next month's go-live. I don't know the exact time frame, but that is the reason for the delay. It still is in the plan, and that will happen. In the meantime, what we've been doing is, the legislation says that for any taxpayer who requests a detailed or an itemized receipt, that the department will furnish it, and we're doing that. So anyone who contacts the department and says, I want an itemized receipt for my payment, they can get that. They can get that in person, they can email us, call us, and we'll send them that receipt. The legislation also says that anyone paying in person at the window will get one automatically. That's the piece that we're not doing. We do give them a receipt, but it is not itemized. Anyone who at the window requests an itemized receipt, we will have one sent to them. So that's what we've been doing as a stopgap, and once the system goes live next month, then we'll start working on this enhancement. And I don't anticipate that to be long, but I'm not a technology person, so but I can keep your office certainly apprised of the progress.
So whenever we start dealing with technology in the city of Philadelphia, it reminds me of the phrase, with all deliberate speed and desegregation. So I'm pleased that we're moving in the right direction, but why I think that's important speaks to what Councilwoman Bass talked about, being user-friendly. The initiation of that bill and then law came from people coming to my office. One in particular lived on the 1700 block of P Street, and she was a meticulous bill payer. I mean, she, not on the 15th, but on the 1st, she was putting in stamps, putting in that paper check, and paying her bills. But she wanted to know how it was being applied. And I think when we talk about user-friendly, I think when we talk about particularly our senior citizens, we owe the customer that at least if they're earnestly trying to pay their bills, that at least they should know this one went to the principal, this one went to the interest, and this one I'm paying penalty before, because they think every dollar applies to the principal. That's in their minds. Right. So if we at least explain them to them that that is not the case, they have a clearer understanding. You know, Sadie, Mom Sadie, she want to know where her money's going, right? So I think that is an important part of the process of being user-friendly, and I'm not going to do a callback, but I need you to let us know when that goes live.
We will, and I think it's also important to note that that provision was part of legislation which changed our payment processing procedures so that we no longer prorated payments across principal, interest, and penalty, which was very confusing to taxpayers. We realized that. So we made the switch so that the priority for processing the payment is to principal first. So that made it easier and maybe for people to understand how their money was being applied.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Green.
Thank you, Council President. Councilwoman Parker was not able to be here this morning, but she had some questions, and I'm going to ask some questions on her behalf. From my understanding that we have, if a person has a delinquent realty tax, they have a separate agreement. And if they also have a delinquent water tax, that's also a separate agreement. Is there any way that for owner-occupied, for owner-occupants, if they have a delinquency on water and real estate, that those could be combined in one payment, or is that not feasible based on our technology?
I think that's a limitation of our technology, since water and tax are both maintained in separate systems, that we need an agreement in each of those systems.
Okay. Over the past couple of years, there's been some changes in how we've, collected our delinquent real estate taxes. As a result of those changes, have we had increased collections, and has there been a decrease in the number of delinquent properties?
Yeah, I know that last year our delinquent collections were for real estate, were over $100 million for the first time. So I think we are definitely making improvements in the collection of delinquent, and we're anticipating increased collections again for fiscal year 17.
Okay. And is there any steps and from your research and data, do you identify people who've been delinquent for the first time, and are there any type of initiative to address first-time delinquencies?
Yes, there's a couple opportunities for first-time delinquents. And one of the things that we've started is for our real estate tax delinquents, first-time delinquents, we get a notice out to them earlier. We get them in with a collection agency earlier, and then before they actually become delinquent. So this is somebody who misses the March 31st deadline for real estate taxes. We start immediately making contact with those people to try to get that payment in. And in November, before that is actually going to become delinquent in January, and there'll be additional charges, lien fees, legal fees, we send them a notice telling them exactly what, the ramifications of not paying are, to encourage them to get that payment in before January. And that's been a successful process.
And with this process, has there been an increase or decrease in first-time delinquents?
All right, so I'm told those numbers are going down. The first-time delinquency numbers are decreasing.
Okay. There's also been an increase in the number of sheriff's sale petitions filed since 2013. Has this increase significantly impacted collections?
Yes, I think that is also a factor that is improving our delinquent collections. We're getting more properties listed for sale, and obviously the goal there is not necessarily to take the property to sale, but to encourage payment, and we're seeing that happening, and that's influencing the improvements in delinquent collections.
And do you have access to data in reference to, for example, the average number of properties sold at sheriff's sale for non-payment of real estate taxes?
We do.
Okay. And what is that average number that you estimate are owner-occupied?
Let me see if we have that with us today.
As well as what's the average that are sold for non-payment of real estate taxes?
We're averaging about 300 properties a month sold. I don't know what percentage of those would be owner-occupied. I know that it would be. Our best estimate is 12%. No.
12 out of 300. So
12,
4%.
oh, not 12%. What percent?
So be 4%. 12.
I'm sorry,
We guessed 12 houses out of
best estimate is 4% are owner-occupied.
So also want to ask some questions in reference to partial payments for a tax delinquency. My understanding that in the Philadelphia Code under section 19-905, that payments are generally applied to the principal first. However, when you have a person paying for multiple tax years, how does that work? Are they paying for the principal on multiple tax years first, or are you doing the principal interest for the more recent tax year, then you're going to principal for the next year beyond that?
I believe that it's principal first for all tax years, but I'll get back to you if that's not correct.
And so you basically extinguish, so if a person has multiple years of delinquency, you're extinguishing all the principal first and then the interest and penalties.
I believe that's the case.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. I have a few more questions, but I'll wait till my next turn.
Well, we only have teed up Councilman Dom, and we also have BRT before recess, so we gotta kind of.
I'll be quick.
So, Councilman, why don't you, if you can quickly just finish your line of questions and.
Okay. I want to go through the lien sale process over the past 12 months. Are partial payments made towards those sold liens also applied to the principal first, the same as required for unassigned city liens?
Do you know that answer?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Okay, the question is, are partial payments made toward those sold liens also applied to the principal first, the same as required for unassigned city liens?
Yes, yes. In many instances where the liens were sold, the entire amount of debt was sold. So are you referring to a payment from a taxpayer?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yes, the same rules for payment applications would apply. It would be paid from the oldest to the newest year, and you pay down principal until you exhaust all the money you have.
Okay. For liens for owner-occupied residential properties, are the lien purchasers required to offer owner-occupant payment agreements to owner-occupants the same as required for unassigned city liens?
Yes, and before I answer that, let me just state my name for the record. Deputy Commissioner Mark Aminis for Collections. Your question is relating to what would happen for the person that acquired the liens. What happens is when the liens are sold, the purchaser of the liens, I'm sorry, basically steps into the shoes of the city so that they have every right that we would have with respect and every tool that would be available for us, including for foreclosure sale. They also have all of the responsibilities. And more importantly, the property owner is not affected by the sale. They retain all of their rights.
Are there any properties that are still subject to liens that were sold in previous lien sales?
One of the things that we did with this, we excluded any properties that were part of the 1997. We excluded all of those.
Okay. And what has happened to the city tax against those, I think like 6,500 properties that were sold?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
What has happened to the city taxes against those 6,500 properties since that 1997 sale?
The city taxes? Well, one of the rules that what happens is when the liens were sold, all of those years, any payment that comes in is applied first to those years.
Okay.
Yes, so if you have a scenario where the person has paid all of that, and there's some accounts where that has happened, where those liens have been paid, then any subsequent year after that, the city, any payment that comes in, the city applies it to the years that it has retained.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Councilman, good? Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilman Don.
Thank you, Council President. I have 6 or 7 quickies, if there is such a thing. I just want to comment on the lien sale, following up with Councilman Green. I thought the lien sales were pretty successful, and I thought that there were 3 steps in the process, and correct me if I'm wrong. The first step is the notice step. The second step is to make a deal or a program, a plan of paying. And third step is to actually sell the lien. And my recollection on the 2 sales is that when we noticed, we got like 50 to 55% of the people that came forward and paid. And then I think we had a lot of people come into payment plans. I think the only area where we didn't do so well was in our requirements of actually buying the lien. And I think we set the bar pretty high, and that might be an area we may want to look at if we do this again. But I think overall, it was a huge success, and I don't think the Revenue Department got enough credit for what they accomplished in that sale. I think it was a very good sale, so I just want to put that on the record. Here's my quick questions. I read about it in the paper, mailroom, and I know that the controller loves the mailroom. And my question is, do you guys have that under control?
Yes, we've made great improvements in the mailroom since we became aware of the problems. We still have work ahead of us, so we're not stopping here. We've put a database in place so we can track the mail. We're getting reports. We have significant managerial oversight. We've reduced overtime. We've brought in additional staff, so we've filled some vacancies. We plan to increase security measures in the fiscal year. We're also bringing in, we've been talking to, and we're going to continue to talk to experts in the mail industry to find efficiencies within that mailroom.
Okay, and on that line, right now, I think when we have customers that own more than 20, 40, 50, 100 properties, when we send out water bills and taxes, we send out 100 water bills to 100 bills to the same location. Is there any way to consolidate that type of effort?
We're looking into that, so that's one of the things that kind of came out of this whole looking into the mailroom operations. We haven't come up with a solution yet, but that's something we're looking at, how to do consolidated mailings.
And the other one, of course, is what you've heard me talk about, is water, sewer, and real estate tax bills, looking at automating the billing process for that.
Yes, we're actively pursuing e-billing, and that's something that we hope to have active in the early part of the next fiscal year.
Okay, great. And the implementation of the data warehouse and the case management system, you have an idea when that's going to take place, the timeline?
The go live for the case management data warehouse is scheduled for February of next year.
Next year. And the investment, do we have any idea on the investment we made, what the return will be on that investment?
So one of the innovative features of the data warehouse and case management system is it's actually a benefits-based contract, which means no matter how big a boondoggle it could be, there's no way that the vendor gets paid unless we actually generate more money. So basically, the cost of the system is about $7.5 million, but the way they get paid is 25 cents out of each additional dollar we collect up until that 7.5. They can't go beyond it, so they won't see any upside. But if the system fails to perform, they won't get any of that revenue that the system costs.
That's good. Wait a second, I have to take a minute here, Council President. Marissa's grandfather's in the audience here. He's got to be very proud of his granddaughter here today. It's a great answer. Can I also get from you, not now, but in writing in the next couple of weeks, the taxes we billed in 1991 as a city, 1996, every 5 years, 2001, 2006, and 2011, just what we billed. Last question. The Revenue Department used to have a program that identified people who received pensions from the city and determined whether or not they were delinquent to taxes that they owed the city. Are we still doing that, or have we stopped doing that?
We are still collecting, so we ran that several years ago. I'm forgetting the exact year, but 2011, we ran that project. And the identified delinquents are continuing to pay out of their pensions. We also check new employees that come into the city at the time of hiring. So we did it was a two-part process. We did it on pensioners, and we also did it on employees, so employees that were working here, and then all new employees that come in. And then what we're planning to do is do both of those programs again over the next year.
So, and are you allowed by law to deduct if they owe us money from their either pensions or paychecks?
Revenue is not. So that is a program that we ran cooperatively with the Controller's Office. The Controller's Office does have the authority to do that, so we would have to engage them again and hopefully gain their cooperation to revisit this. But it was a very successful program.
And you're planning on doing that by the end of this year, you think?
The end of this, what year are you referring to? The end of the calendar year or the end?
16, or you want to say the fiscal year?
No, this would be probably something more likely early next calendar year.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you very much for your testimony. Next up, we will have the Board of Revision of Taxes.
schedule. How about if we get started? Okay? Please identify yourself.
Okay, good
Welcome
afternoon.
again. And
Carla
proceed.
Pagan, Executive Director of the Board of
And
Revision
hold
of
on one
Taxes.
second.
Sure.
Anyone that's having conversation, please? Can't hear? Thank you. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Council. Carla Pagan, Executive Director of the Board of Revision of Taxes.
Afternoon.
I'm here today with senior staff. So the Board of Revision of Taxes is charged with the main function of hearing appeals on real property assessment valuations and correcting iniquities in those values. The board also renders decisions on nunc-pro-tunc petitions and unique nonprofit applications. Our FY17 proposed budget is 11% above FY16 current projections. Pennsylvania state law requires the BRT to dispose of appeals as promptly as possible. And since the implementation of AVI, 2014 AVI, doing so has been a huge undertaking and a great challenge. 2 years after AVI, I'm pleased to announce that we have less than 1% of 2014 appeals pending. We're 95% of the way through 2015 appeals, and we're halfway through the 2016 appeal hearing season. The other one item I'd like to highlight is that you all have heard that the OPA is implementing a new CAMA system, and we're pleased to be a part of that CAMA system as well. That new system will include an appeal module that we're excited to be a part of. It'll streamline our workflow processes and improve communication between the departments and taxpayers. So I'd like to open the floor to questions.
All right, thank you. Why don't we just go to the question? Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
First of all, welcome. Good afternoon. And the most telling part of your testimony so far was that we survived it, because there was such a foreshadow of doom, and yes, it was painful, and for particular neighborhoods, very painful. But we seem to be stabilizing a bit. And what my question is when we did it, it was in an attempt to be revenue neutral. We put aside some dollars for appeal. And if I heard you correctly, we have not maxed out on what was to be set aside for readjustment and appeal.
That's more of a finance question.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how many, so I know there was a mass wave. How many in the first year after AVI, and then how many now?
Of those appeals were rendered, decisions rendered on?
Yes.
Or, appeals were due for that AVI season in October of 2013. And the board started those hearings in January of 2014. So probably around 30 to 40% were heard at the end of calendar year 2014, the remaining in calendar year 2015. So 2016, we've spent doing cleanup accounts. Some of those larger commercial properties that had a very extensive hearing testimonies, they were heard this year. And then a few people, they were getting loop programs or homesteads resolved, and then they had their appeal hearing.
So of the hearings that you had, how many, I don't know how you classify your findings, how many of the appeals were granted versus found to be baseless?
Yeah, so of all the hearings that have been scheduled and decisions rendered, probably about 50% ended up being settled with the OPA, where the board made no decision on those cases. And then of the 50% that were heard by the board, it's almost split down the middle of the amount that were reduced. The market value was reduced and the market value was denied, or it remained as is.
So 75% had a amicable solution. So you said 50% that had a settlement, so somebody had to agree.
Yes.
And then of the ones left, another 50% of them, there was some reduction.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I guess that's all my questions, sir. Mr. Chairman? That's it.
Oh, thank you, sir.
You
Appreciate
didn't need a
it.
bell.
That's right, yeah, okay. We'll note that for record. Councilman Dom, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In the appeals from AVI, you said less than 1% are remaining,
Yes.
but I was told back in December that all those appeals should have been resolved by the end of January. Do you know how many roughly is the number of appeals remaining?
3, actually. And
3?
3 2014 appeals probably remain, and honestly, some of those now are coming back from the courts. So, for example, if someone had their 2014 appeal heard 1 year ago, they were not satisfied, they could have gone to the Court of Common Pleas to appeal the board's decision. We're starting to hear those 2014 appeals now.
So you just have 3 left.
3.
That's pretty good.
We're darn happy about it.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yes.
And the other question in your testimony, you talk about the real estate market value appeals, and you give us the numbers. Are you allowed to give us the dollar values involved so we understand the impact?
The BRT does not typically report on that dollar value. Usually that is trickled through the OPA and to the Department of Finance.
Is that something that you can put together? Because I know you tell us that there was, X amount revised by the board. I'd like to know in dollar value
Yes.
what was revised.
Yes.
And that would just be helpful to understanding.
Sure.
The other question I have for you is, do you have the necessary tools, the BRT? Because here's what happens, because I come from the private sector. Private people hire the best lawyers in the city and the best real estate appraisers in the city, and they go into the BRT, and they have all the information and data which our people don't have access to. And have you seen that that's been a problem in holding the values and in making sure that we don't get clobbered, basically?
We do have far less resources than those in the private sector. I think the composition of our board right now, we're a 7-member appeals board. They come from a broad background, some attorneys, some appraisers, and they do residential and commercial appraisals, and then some have general real estate backgrounds. So that's been very helpful. If we did not have that diverse group, we would have suffered greatly. The one thing that we will get this coming fiscal year that we did not have in the past is we have money in our budget for a new consultant that will provide additional support with assistance valuing those higher end properties.
Yeah, I would say you need that support, especially on these commercial assessments that are pretty involved.
Yes.
The other question is, if we had more uniformity at OPA, wouldn't that make the appeal process easier for you?
Absolutely, sure.
And so, one of the comments that I made was that I thought that in general, land value, the IRS says the land values are typically 20% of market, but if we started as land value as a basis of 20% of the market value, and then maybe we said for properties above 5 stories, the land value is 10%, people at least have an idea of what the goal is, and you can adjust from that level, because of course properties right on the water are going to be more valuable, but properties not are going to be less, but that's a good basis where you could start from. If we put in place a set of those types of rules of uniformity, wouldn't that make this appeal process a lot more streamlined, easier, and a lot less appeals filing?
Sure. I mean, although most of the appeals come in for overvaluation, there is a substantial number of appeals that are filed strictly on non-uniformity.
One other question. How many appeals that are filed are commercial versus residential?
About 70% of them are residential, 30% commercial.
And do you have any idea of the dollar value of the total appeals filed and the breakdown for commercial versus residential?
I do, but I don't have that number on me.
Can you get that to the chair?
Yes, sure can.
Thanks. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Excuse me. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman McGinn.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
I wanted to ask a little bit, if you could talk a little bit about the delays around, the significant amount of delay around the AVI appeals. I know you made reference to some of them, about how you only got started in January of 2014, but it took through the conclusion of 2015. The consequence to the School District of Philadelphia as a result of the delay in the appeals was significant, in the millions of dollars at a time when state money wasn't being delivered. Massive budget cuts were happening to schools as a result. And there was a number of different concerns that were raised to the BRT about what could be perceived as a sluggish process. Not a lot of clarity about the amount of time that was spent, what the hours were for BRT commissioners. Could you speak to that?
Sure, absolutely. And what you've described, I heard a lot of over this past year or two. So
Did you think that was unfair?
Sure. So January of the tax year in question is the normal timeline that we start hearing appeals. So for example, right now we're receiving appeals for tax year 2017. They're due October 3rd, and we'll start those appeal hearings in January. So that's the normal timeline. That timeline allows people to get their FLR decisions in, ideally their decision rendered, and if they're unsatisfied with that decision, then to appeal with the BRT. So January is a normal time to start. The second part of that from my opinion, we seem to fall on deaf ears. 24,000 are a lot of appeals. And before the board approached the AVI, the reassessment year, we looked at other municipalities as large as Philadelphia and looked at how they went through that large number of appeals in a shorter period of time. And what we found were that most of those appeal processes, number one, you don't go before a full 7-member board. And then two, they also allow the property owner far less testimony. So in most townships, you get 15 minutes to come in, make your case, and get out, which works fine maybe if you're a homeowner and your property value is $50,000 or even $200,000. But when you're getting into those cases with substantial market value, you do need more time to hear those cases.
And what percentage of the 24,000 live appeals were homeowners versus commercials?
70%.
70% homeowners?
70% were residential accounts, yes.
And did you require that all 7 members of a board be present in order to hear these appeals?
For AVI, first time ever, we did not require all 7. So you need 4 board members to make a quorum. And as a matter of fact, for several months during the AVI hearing process, we split the board. So we had hearing sessions 9:30 a.m., 11:30 a.m., and 1 or 1:30 p.m., and then split the board so we can hear several hundred cases in a day versus 50 in one day.
Was that something you grew into, or was that something you started right away in January of 2014?
Knowing
how many appeals were
We didn't
pending?
start it immediately. If I can recall, that was probably in the spring that we
You were
started
starting in the spring? Because we were hearing in 2015 that the board was still meeting as a large body. Is that not accurate?
That's right. So let's see. So maybe in summer of 2015. Boy, it's hard for me to remember now. But
spring of 2014 is 14 months from summer of 2015. Would it be 2014 or 2015?
What I can tell you, matter-of-factly, is that we had several months where we had 3 sessions in one day and 2 non-oral sessions during the week. And we also had a period where we had 2 hearing sessions in one day and then non-oral appeals maybe 3 days a week. So that varied through the hearing season. And that hearing season for AVI was January of 2014 all the way through December of 2015.
Were there periods when the BRT took significant breaks in hearing any appeals, more than a week or 5 days that would go without hearing cases?
In August of 2015, there was more than 1 week where we did not have oral appeal hearings. All we had were non-orals. Yeah, that's usually August.
So, I don't think it helps to rehash the past. I think that it was well established by a number of members, including myself, when I was outside of City Council, who raised direct concerns with the BRT about the sluggish pace of the appeals. As somebody who is currently on City Council, I tremendously value the property tax. I think it is the bread and butter of school financing. It's the only amount of money that basically school district kids don't have to beg, crawl, and plead for. Every other bit of money that comes into the school district of Philadelphia, we bleed through our kids for that money. We sacrifice a ton for it if we go outside the process. But what if the BRT appeals process is slow, if we're not adopting what our standard practices in other cities, which includes, breaking it up, being able to hear appeals, also allowing this, we should talk a little bit more about some of the commercial appeals and allowing for the school district to present attorneys or request subpoena requests of those property owners. We run the risk of severely impacting not just city funding, but also school district funding at a time when we can't really afford to not only even just deal with it, but significantly delay money. I mean, cash flow with the school district of Philadelphia is an important issue. What assurances can you make going forward that should we engage in all these appeals, that the BRT has a process in which appeals are heard and resolved in an extremely timely manner? I'd be interested in hearing what you think your timeline could and should be for these appeals processes, and respond to that.
So usually we set our hearing calendar based on the anticipated number of appeals. So it varies per year. Some years we have 3,000 to 5,000 appeals. AVI set a record number of appeals. I don't think City of Philadelphia has seen that quantity in appeal filings in more than 20 years, if even so. But I think, there are allowances in place and we have processes in place to adjust our scheduling accordingly.
Are you changing your scheduling practices to accommodate for the likely increase in the number of appeals? I mean, I felt like City Council went out of its way to ensure that all commissioners on the BRT had salary parity, and including bumping people up to a full significant salary
When you
increase
say
to ensure
change,
that,
okay,
but I'd like to know, has any practices substantively changed for you to ensure that there's a more timely delivery? For example, can you guarantee that appeals will be filed and resolved within a certain 30, 45, 60-day process timeline, as opposed to neighbors and residents and constituents of mine who complained about going months without hearing or waiting for an appeal?
So that guarantee, 30, 60, 90 days, no, we cannot make that guarantee.
Well, is there a timeline that you think is reasonable?
So there's some appeal cases, just like City Council testimonies, where an appeal hearing could take 2 minutes. And of those type of appeals, you can hear hundreds of those in one day. There's other type of appeal cases where hearing testimony may take 1 hour. It's very complicated testimony. So maybe of those you hear 5 a day. So to say that we can schedule and hear the appeals within 30, 60, or 90 days, it's not likely. But we do schedule those appeals based on the number that are received and based on the anticipated length of time to hear those cases.
I guess I'm just wondering how it is that a resident who files an appeal on their property tax could wait 30 days or 17 months to get an appeal heard before the BRT. Is there any kind of a timeline that you can guarantee that your appeal will be heard within or reviewed within a particular timeline and then resolved within another?
Well, so I'll tell you, our appeal filing deadline is always the first Monday of October. And then we start hearings from those appeals in January of the following calendar year. So everyone that files on time is going to wait at least 90 days for an appeal decision, no matter what. That's between October and then January. So, for example, right now we're in the 2016 appeal hearing season. So some of those people that filed in October had decisions in January, some had them in March. Some of those people that are at the tail end of that hearing calendar will get hearing dates and decisions in September of this year.
Right. So I understand that you've established a outside minimum before they hear from you. I'm asking you if you can establish an outside maximum amount of time before a situation's resolved. You will not hear from us any less than 3 months. I understand that. But the question really isn't whether people hear from you or what the minimum amount of time they have to wait to hear from you. It's the maximum amount of time that they have to wait to get a case resolved with you once the hearing is set. And I think that that would be a fair request for a lot of residents. It's necessary for city and school district to establish funding and funding projections. The School District of Philadelphia, for example, fell below its funding projections specifically because the BRT wasn't able to finish its appeals on time. And that's the situation that we're trying to avoid and try to keep on track for.
So in an ideal world, in an ideal hearing year, no property owner, whether residential or commercial office building, should wait more than 1 year to have their appeal heard.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
Being no further questions, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
And this committee will stand in recess until 2 p.m. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, man. We're going to reconvene now. We will be doing Mr. DeBow and the tax bills. And anyone else you choose to sit with you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council President Clark and members of the committee. I'm Rob Dubo, Director of Finance. I'm here to testify on bills 160170 through 160176. I'm joined at the table by Frank Breslin, Revenue Commissioner, and Anna Adams, the Budget Director. While the administration strongly recommends the council approve each of these bills, my remarks will be directed towards Bill 106176. That bill would authorize the imposition of a 3 cents per ounce tax on the distribution of sugary drinks to provide revenues for key initiatives that would promote education, safety, and economic opportunity for Philadelphians. When fully implemented, the tax would generate over $95 million annually. During the course of this process, several questions have appropriately been asked. Those questions include, why did the administration choose the sugary drinks tax? How did we project the revenue the sugary drinks tax would generate? And is the sugary drinks tax a stable source of revenue? I'll address each of those questions in this testimony. First, why a sugar drinks tax? The administration determined early on that the city's general fund did not have the resources to support 3 crucial initiatives: pre-K, community schools, and rebuilding community infrastructure. Those initiatives will combine to dramatically improve children's education and safety, as well as improve both the short and long-term economic health of our neighborhoods. In order to reap the benefits of these initiatives, however, the city will have to invest a substantial amount. By the time the 3 programs are fully implemented, they'll cost the general fund more than $95 million annually. At the same time, projected fund balances throughout the plan are much lower than the amounts recommended by the GFOA and are projected to get as low as under $38 million. Fund balances that low prevent the city from undertaking major new initiatives within its existing resources. Several options for generating the necessary revenue are not possible because of preemption by the state, and others would not generate the amount of revenue needed to support the initiatives. Given the city's current tax structure, it's plain that no existing tax would be an appropriate means of raising the recurring revenues necessary to realize these initiatives. The property tax has been increased 4 times in the last 5 years, so we didn't want to further increase the burden on households and businesses. Multiple studies and 2 commissions determined that cutting wage and business taxes are essential to creating jobs, and as Philadelphia is already lagging behind the nation in terms of job growth, we didn't want to halt those reductions. The business tax exemptions provide significant value to small businesses. In fact, if the business exemptions were eliminated, more than 65,000 businesses with $100,000 or less in Philadelphia revenues would return to the tax rolls. While some have expressed concern about the impact of the sugar drinks tax on jobs and small businesses, Wharton economist Robert Inman, among others, have found that the soda tax would have a far less adverse economic impact than increasing the wage, property, or gross receipts tax. Other taxes were so small that increases in them would have to be so substantial that they would likely have a dramatic negative impact. Reviewing the possibilities, we determined the sugar drinks tax at 3 cents would generate enough revenue to support expanded pre-K, community schools, and rebuilding community infrastructures, as well as contribute a small amount to our pension fund. It leads to the second question, which is how did we determine the amount of revenue that the tax would generate? After analyzing consumption data from the Rudd Center at the University of Connecticut, as well as the result of over a dozen studies on price elasticity of sugary drinks, we projected $95 million in annual revenue once the tax is fully implemented. We do expect the non-compliance rate to reduce over time as we've allocated $1.8 million in the Revenue Department's budget specifically for tax collection and auditing of this tax. We believe our projections are conservative on several counts. Our projections include an estimate of non-compliance of 10% in the first year with improvement over the 5 years. Our projections also assume that the entire tax will be passed on to the consumer, which experts believe is unlikely, given what we've seen in other areas where the tax has been implemented. That leads to the third question, which is whether this is a stable source of revenue. This is not the first time we've taxed consumables in such a way it's likely to reduce consumption. Both the liquor by the drink tax and cigarette tax were implemented to provide critical revenue for the school district, and both have provided necessary revenues. Liquor by the drink tax, in fact, has actually gone up over the last couple of years. The administration believes it's critical to provide recurring funding for pre-K community schools and the rebuilding community infrastructure initiatives. We also believe the sugar drinks tax is the best vehicle for providing that revenue. That concludes my testimony, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Oh, thank you, I'm sorry. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Getting this information about Mr. Inman, who you quote in your testimony.
Yes.
So I just want to bring your attention to an interview that he was doing. His Wharton Professor of Business Economics, Robert Inman, supports the proposal. He said in an interview that even though the tax is regressive, which has been said, and meaning that it takes a larger percentage from low-income people than high-income people, the benefits outweigh the cost of its regressiveness. First off, the benefits for the kids and adults in the long run would be in the health gains from the reduced consumption of sugary tax, would help to reduce obesity. I think we all agree on that. The results of drinking less sugary drinks, that is the country's healthcare costs, would also decline. So is that the basis for this tax? Or is it for the sustained revenue stream?
The basis for this tax?
Let me finish.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Because your reference to the liquor by the drink and cigarettes, first of all, the liquor by the drink increase in revenue is probably based on the significant number of restaurants that have happened over a period of time. And liquor is, you know, if individuals have a propensity to having addiction issues, probably a little more than sugar. The cigarette, I don't know what we have to do to get people from smoking cigarettes, because every imaginable document has been out there to talk about the challenges associated with cigarettes. And I said even when I voted for the tax, people are not going to stop smoking cigarettes. So Mr. Inman's issue about basically saying that his support is based on making people stop drinking sugar. Is that your perspective?
Our perspective is that it generates revenue, and the primary consideration is the revenue it generates and the initiatives that it funds. We would obviously not argue that it doesn't create health benefits. We think it does, and health commissioners here and can talk to that, but our primary motivation is the revenue.
The revenue. So based on your reference to other revenue streams and actually other taxes that were imposed, the revenue stream continued throughout the process over a period of time. So it's anticipated that this revenue stream will continue.
Yes.
So there will not be a significant reduction in consumption.
So we built in a projection that there would be continuing small reductions in consumption, but the major reduction in consumption we project is in the first year when the tax is implemented.
Okay. So, but the other people will keep drinking it forever.
There will be people who will continue drinking, yes.
And where will they be? Where were those locations likely to be where people will continue to drink?
I think, that's one of the things that, we've talked about is that this is a tax that people don't have to pay if they don't buy it. So people who choose to continue purchasing it would pay more.
People will continue to drink it.
There will be people who continue to drink it, that's right.
And I'll ask you, where will the likely purchases be?
So, that will depend on kind of choices that people make. Also probably depends, it will depend on what choices people make about where they want to, if they want to buy it or not.
Geographically, is the likelihood that those people will continue to drink?
It looks like you have maps, and you want to show us where?
I asked this question early on in the budget process, and people said that they didn't know. Okay, so you know how I am, right? You say you don't know, I'm going to find out. I just want an acknowledgement that the consumption will primarily be in lower income neighborhoods. I don't know why that's that difficult to say.
Well, I think the reduction
be it marketing or be it whatever.
Yeah, it's also true that the reduction in consumption will be in low-income areas too. And the benefit of that reduction would also be in low-income areas.
Okay. All right. Okay, I just want to get it on the record. So you are agreeing that the consumption will be in lower income neighborhoods?
Well, and again, I'm going to go back to kind of what you said before. This is a tax that no one has to
I'm not
pay.
asking you about people's choices, Mr. DeBoe. I'm asking you a simple question that basically your health commissioner came here and answered, but for some reason, you guys won't answer that question. I'm just trying to understand. Why is that such a difficult question to answer?
Well, and it kind of goes back to what we're saying. It depends on what choices people make going forward.
Okay, well, where are the current locations that there is a significant amount of sugary drinks on sale?
So it looks like you've done an analysis that kind of shows where it is. That's what that map shows, I assume.
So if the current inventory of stores are in a particular neighborhood, do you expect them to somehow go to another area after the implementation of the program?
I don't know where they'll go. I know that there'll be a big fall off in consumption after this is implemented, and it will probably be in the areas where there's the highest level of consumption.
Which is where?
Based on that map, if that map's accurate, you can kind of see where it is there.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'm just, I'm giving you every opportunity to acknowledge, but that's one thing I've always said about you. I said a lot, mostly positive. Mr. DeBoe is real good at budget hearings. He will rarely be pigeonholed even when the facts are clearly right before you. Yeah. You might decide one day to be a politician, because that's what we do.
I don't think so.
You don't want to do that?
No, I've seen what politicians have to go through. I don't want to go through that.
Yeah, let's see, you've been through, where'd you start, on the street, or was it?
Street, yeah.
Street, Nutter? Now,
yeah,
that's it.
up to my ankles in that.
I'm feeling you.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to figure out what the heck I'm doing sitting here. Right? I understand. All right. Let me get into one more, then I'll give up the mic for the minute. So, you also, and this came up before, referenced in various testimonies, and your health commissioner again was continuing to talk about Mexico as a reference. And would you acknowledge that that's not even close to apples and apples? It's not even close to apples and oranges. I say it's closer to apples and trees. I mean, Mexico is a state, it's a country, I'm sorry, it's a country. So people are not going to drive across the border, particularly if Donald Trump gets elected.
They won't be able to come back.
Yeah, not to go with the panel truck and pick up sodas as is indicated if in fact this happened. So would you say that that particular reference is really not appropriate?
So we looked at studies of impact of changes in cost. So the two places where we've seen the tax implemented are Mexico and Berkeley. But the analysis also was of kind of the impact of increases in soda cost in the kind of the broader studies that we looked at.
In Mexico?
Well, no, it was consumption, kind of the consumption analysis based on what happens with prices was broader than just that. But you're right that in terms of tax
Mexico
increases.
keeps getting referenced, and Berkeley is the other one.
Right, because those are the two that we have.
All right. So I'm wondering
But I understand what
why
you're
would you
saying,
Mexico?
Because it's a place where they implemented the tax.
But it's different.
Yeah, I mean, every place is going to be different from here.
So that's the only one you have to use, basically.
That in Berkeley, and we also looked at the impact of just cost increases.
Berkeley,
and that was wider than just those two.
Right. Berkeley, which is different.
Yes.
It's demographics, median household. Did Berkeley have a referendum?
They did.
So they voted to enact the tax. And that's
Yes.
a little different from here, too.
Correct.
Where only 17 of us get to vote.
Right.
All right. Okay. I'm only bringing that because we continue to hear these references of other locations, and we always like to. I know in years past, we've all been in government for a while. We try to find comparable cities, and we usually end up with the northeastern cities that are somewhat comparable. All right, okay, I'm going to give it up for now. I'll come back, sir. Chair recognizes Councilman Greenlee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I know we've talked about this before, but I'm still, I guess, slightly confused. And one of the statements you make is when you say that you don't believe that this will be passed on, or a lot of it will be passed on to the consumer, yet you factor in a 55% drop-off in consumption. Now, on the surface, that seems contradictory, and I'm trying to help me understand
Right.
that.
We wanted our projections to be conservative, and we thought that was one way to be conservative. We don't think it'll all be passed on. If it was, that would be the impact.
Okay, but you're factoring that's a possibility. So then let me get into the whole issue of whether it's a sales tax or not. I mean, and again, I'm not a lawyer. And I was going to ask the solicitor to come forward too, because I have a question that related to him. But I guess I'm trying to figure out if there is at least a reasonable assumption, at least some of it's passed on to the consumer, which would mean at the sale. Aren't we getting pretty close to a sales tax then?
So if that's the question, I am going to ask the solicitor to come up and answer that.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Sozi Talante, City Solicitor.
Yes.
Do you mind repeating your question?
I guess what I might as well get into I was going to ask about your particular memorandum that you sent. And I'm not going to argue any legal cases here because I'm not.
You can if you want. Nobody be having fun if you do that.
Yeah, right. You know. I'll say I'm not equipped to do that, but I think I do understand this sentence. You say first when you say that you don't think it's, we call it a sales tax, you say there is no city intent that the tax will be borne by the consumer. Okay. But then nor is there any evidence that it will be borne by the consumer. So that gets me back to a question I asked Mr. DeBow. Isn't the evidence or part of the evidence that the administration is factoring in a considerable drop in consumption? Because I would think the only reason there would be that dramatic or could be that dramatic a drop is because of the price. I mean,
yeah, and I think I'll echo what Mr. DuBose said in terms of the 55% drop.
Mm-hmm.
That's an assumption that they made for purposes of determining the revenue. It doesn't impact the legal analysis.
Okay, I'm sorry.
With respect to legal analysis, what we try to emphasize is that under long-settled Pennsylvania law, the Supreme Court will look at two things. What the incidence of the tax, so where is the tax being imposed, at what transaction, and two, what is the measure of the tax. And so with respect to that, I want to sort of emphasize that the tax that's being imposed is on the transaction between the distributor and the retailer. When I say there's no intent that it be passed on, there's nothing in the legislation as written that requires that the distributor pass it on to the retailer and pass it on to the consumer. Mm-hmm. If they choose to, that's their choice, but it doesn't actually change that into a sales tax. If it did require that, that would be different. Okay. Right? They make a business decision. In other words, you don't determine whether it's a sales tax based on what the distributor does with it. So if one distributor passes it on, it doesn't become a sales tax, and one doesn't, then it's not a sales tax. You have to look at the ordinance as a whole. And so that's what we try to emphasize with that.
I understand. It just seems that when you're making certainly assumptions that it's going to get passed on, you're getting closer.
Yeah, and I'm not bound to Mr. DuBose's assumptions. I mean, I know they did that for
luckily for him.
Okay.
And I know
that's
they did that for
a good move on your part.
Yeah, and they try to be conservative in terms of determining, but that's an assumption they make for revenue purposes. We're certainly not going to argue that in court if this were to go forward.
All right. But speaking about arguing court, it's been made pretty clear by the industry that if there's any kind of soda tax, sugar sweetened beverage tax, they're going to go to court. And I guess Mr. Bowe, this question is for you. Obviously, if the court, or I guess either one of you, if there is, we're not talking about something that's going to be settled in a week. That will probably go on. Whoever loses at the first level will probably appeal to the next level.
That's right.
So the reason I said maybe Mr. Bowe can answer this, what happens in the meantime to the programs that we're trying to fund with this?
So I think before I answer that, it would be helpful if you talked about the timeline.
We think what will, if you remember, the legislation doesn't go into effect until January 1st, 2017. So assuming it passes and that it's signed into law by the mayor in July, we think any action will occur in those 6 months. And the first level, which is like in the Court of Common Pleas, should go pretty quickly. And we're pretty confident that based on the argument we set forward, that the city will prevail. And then any appeal may take some time, but we think there will be no legal impediment if we win in the Court of Common Pleas for Mr. DeBow to enact whatever he wants to do. And that's his choice. But in terms of legally,
Yeah.
we would think there would be no obstacle to
But the
doing
Common Pleas Court's the first level, so.
That's right.
So
And
it
that's
could
where,
go,
and we think that.
Commonwealth and Supreme, right?
Yes, exactly. And we think that will happen pretty quickly. And by quickly, I mean, it could take a month, maybe a month and a half. But I think it's everyone's interest to have that resolved, both the businesses and the city, before January 1st, 2017, so that you know where you stand.
So you think any appeal level could be all settled by that time?
No, not appeal, but the Court of Common Pleas. The appeals will. I can
Well,
guarantee
guess
it's
that's
not
where
gonna
I'm
go.
going. But you're saying the whole thing, Commonwealth and Supreme, you think could get done by January 1st?
No, I'm saying the Court of Common Pleas, the trial level.
All right,
and we think that there will be no injunction at that point, meaning that there will be no legal bar for us to collect any taxes while the pendency of the appeal.
Okay.
And we don't want it to go too quickly in terms of we want the court to get it right. And I think the beverage industry probably feels the same way.
I guess playing devil's advocate, though, aren't you taking a real calculated risk to start collecting something that could get thrown out in court?
Well, that's why I would advise Mr. DeBow, if we win in the trial court, we're likely to continue to prevail because that's typically what occurs. But I would advise him, that, if we have the legal authority, he can go ahead and do it, and that's his decision going forward.
No, I got you. So you're saying most Common Pleas Court decisions are upheld in appeals?
Yeah, particularly based on the record that's made, and also based on the analysis that we've done, we think that we'll be able to prevail. We've examined the arguments. We've done this for 4 or 5 years. I mean, I've only been here 4 months, but sort of examine what we've done.
In fairness, though, the other side's been analyzing this.
I know they have.
All right. Okay.
Cal, real quick.
Yeah.
Isn't there a provision in the bill that if litigated, the responsibility of the tax falls onto the retailer?
No, the way it's set up is there's an aspect of the bill that if a licensed distributor, if there's a court of competent jurisdiction determines that a licensed distributor is not liable for the tax, then and only then in that circumstance would it fall on the retailer.
That's what I just asked you.
Yeah, but I'm trying to. But in only very narrow circumstances.
Okay. So my question was maybe because sometimes me and you, I know
we're trying to work it out.
Thrust.
We're trying to work it out.
It's all good. And you, by the way, you're doing a good job.
Thank you.
Is there a provision in the bill that in the event that there is litigation and there might be some concerns about trying to enforce the tax, the whole 9 yards, that it will then be the responsibility of the retailer?
Yeah, and I just read it if you don't mind, because.
Okay, that's fine.
Just to be
clear.
As in the event a court of competent jurisdiction rules in a decision from which no further appeals, so all appeals have been exhausted, that a licensed distributor is not liable to the city for the tax with respect to any transaction or class of transactions, then the dealer, which is a retailer, to which the licensed distributor supplied the beverage associated with transactions shall be liable to the city for the tax. So that's
so we agree.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Councilman. You done?
Do I get to leave, or you want me to stay for all the legal stuff? I'm here, so if you want me.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Chair recognizes Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, let me give context to what I'm about to ask you. I ask you a series of questions. You may remember, it was all over the media, there was maybe 11 murders in the city of Philadelphia about a month and a half ago. If you narrow down to where those murders were, it was probably 11 zip codes they happened in. And for me, and I learned this from Councilwoman Reynolds Brown, mapping is important. If you look at those 11 zip codes, that's probably where the highest impact of where you're talking about being, the corner stores being impacted, the Pepsi not being able to be distributed in that area. I remember sitting at one of those tables of one of those 11 victims. And it comes to my mind that there was a younger brother of the victim sitting at a table. And because of the hectic nature of what was going on, they got him some fast food. I think it might have been Kentucky Fried 2-piece and a biscuit, along with his, I don't even know if it was Pepsi or Coke. It was a soda though. And I thought about this argument that's being waged now about saving that little man's Pepsi. But the problem I have, this one-sided kind of debate about this, is that when that kid gets up after he buries his brother, he's going to walk down the street to a rec center that he can't go into. He's going to not be able to join a baseball team, football team, soccer club because we don't have the facilities. So is there other ways to raise this revenue to solve that? Because number one, at the end of the day, we are going to solve that issue. I'm going to tell you this, that when I talk about maps, that same 11 zip codes occupies about 80% of the inmates on State Road. What they have in common? Lack of education. And as I understand the mayor's proposal, it starts with pre-K. 20,000 people proposed to be on pre-K. I think we have 7,500 residents of State Road, just maybe, had some of them got a little pre-K. They might have been able to read at the point of 4th grade so that they didn't have to go that journey. So as we start to look at this debate, and I do not want to put anybody out of business, I do not want to put some of the good workers that work for them out of jobs, but I did not hear one person from the beverage industry at any of those funerals saying what the solutions would be. So as we debate Coke versus Pepsi, 3 versus 2, 1, I better hear an answer to that question in my community. So if we don't get it from there, where are we getting it from? And how much, so the questions I have, that was a statement. How much in those 11 zip codes are there increases in social service costs? You don't know. If you know, I will get up and walk away. If you know that answer.
36%.
So my point is, the correlation I want you to research.
No, I understand.
From
yes.
those 11 zip codes, tell me how much more we pay in DHS.
Right.
Tell me how much it costs more to incarcerate. I want to see.
Yeah, the serious answer is if you map after map you look of it, the city shows the same concentration of things that you're talking about, bad outcomes in those same zip codes.
So if you do that same map, the diabetes map that convinced me to go with menu labeling, they're going to come from those same zip codes because there are food deserts there now. If you go by that same thing, diabetes, kidney failure, hypertension, and all of those things are concentrated in that same map. So, yeah, I'm for saving those jobs, and yeah, I'm for saving Pepsi and Coke, but I'm damn sure for saving those kids, and you need to tell me how and how we pay for it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Reynolds Brown.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, administration.
Good afternoon.
First, I need clarity on a question that was raised earlier. Should this measure become law, where will these dollars go? Let me not ask the question, answer the question in asking it. A separate pot or the general fund?
Into the general fund. And to fund, I mean, it's the question, what will it fund? Also, it's pre-K, community schools, rebuilding community infrastructure, the investment in parks, libraries, and rec centers, and a little bit into pensions.
And that entity in government, which will be the watchdog, if you will, or the police officer for X number of dollars being collected because of this tax, will be whom?
That would be the Revenue Department would be collecting the tax?
Okay. Earlier on in the budget hearings, I had requested, and I know that Councilwoman Blackwell and I requested of the commission, possible alternative measures of getting to this goal. And so with that said, did the administration ever consider, I should say that my office did some homework on alternative measures, and so the question is, did the administration ever consider a beverage container tax similar to the one implemented by the city of Baltimore?
So we did take a look at that. It didn't generate as much revenue. I don't remember the exact number, but we did take a look at that.
And let's go with the upside of that idea. What pluses did you find in the homework done on that?
So when we looked at it and it didn't generate enough revenue, we moved on. We didn't look at anything beyond the revenue because the revenue wasn't that big.
Okay, so let me say for the record why my office is looking closely at this. This tax levied on distributors placed a 5-cent tax on non-reusable beverage containers, such as canned soda, diet soda, takeaway bottles, cans of beer, energy drinks, teas, water, flavored water, and carbonated beverages such as Perrier. In your research of best practices, how much focus, well, you just told me, the office, your team did not look further because it didn't generate the dollars required for this measure.
And we can get you the numbers that we calculated that it would generate.
That would be extremely helpful. Last question.
And sorry, Councilwoman, and I guess it would be important for us to see kind of what you're saying it's on to make sure that we were using the same universe of containers.
Sure. If the goal of any tax is to produce a sustainable source of revenue and to be the least regressive possible, would not a tax that includes a broader base of products spread out amongst a wider universe of consumers be more preferable?
So we saw kind of the big, if the question is about the fall off, we saw the big fall off kind of in the first year, and then some small fall after that, but not a big fall off annually after the first year. For the sugar sweetened beverage tax.
Restate that.
So our projection is that there's a big fall off in the first year and then relatively small fall offs in the years after that. But part of your question was what the fall off would be in future years.
So if that be a possible outcome, how will we then be able to fund the Parks and Rec and Universal Pre-K going forward if you anticipate fall off?
Yeah, we built that into our projections. So even with that fall off, we hit the numbers in our projections.
I see. So we would appreciate, my office and members that are on that team would appreciate the numbers that you discovered in your research.
And it probably makes sense for us to talk to whoever is appropriate in your office to make sure that we're talking about the same universe on the container tax.
Okay. All right then. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman, we have a quorum. I didn't have a chance to speak to all of the members about what I'm getting ready to do. I would like to offer an amendment to the budget. Reflects the language that was in the transfer ordinance that I introduced last Thursday. There were some issues in the transfer ordinance that would ultimately become a part of the budget. So what I would like to do is go into the public meeting to introduce but not vote on that amendment and offer that amendment as a part of the budget discussions. Are you okay with members? Yeah. So with that, and that amendment should have been circulated. Basically, the amendment reflects the $2 million that was a part of the transfer ordinance that would have increased the number of employees in the, what's the name of that unit? The special projects unit. That's the unit within the Department of Recreation that does capital projects throughout the departments, and my understanding does a very good job. The thought is if we can increase that number, we would not only have a internal workforce that can do capital projects, but also that internal workforce would also reflect the diversity of the city, as does the City of Philadelphia's workforce, which was one of the issues that was raised during the course of these conversations. And there's also, my good friend Councilman Jones just gave me the thumbs up, there's also a $500,000 transfer ordinance from prisons to the Office of Housing and Community Development, so we can continue the proposal that allowed us to hire returning citizens, and we had a very successful event allowing PHS to hire those individuals to give them second chances, but more importantly, an actual job, so we can ensure that that second chance continues to keep them out of the system. So with that, I would like to go into public meeting, and I would like to recognize Councilwoman Reynolds Brown.
I would like to offer amendments to the operating budget on your behalf, but I will not ask for a vote. Let me repeat that. We will not ask for a vote on them at this time. The purpose is to get them introduced and make them a part of the record. I defer to you to make any comments, as you've already done, on the substance of the amendment themselves, period.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Council. Does everyone have copies of the amendments?
Yes.
All right, the script says I make my comments, but I already did that. We will now recess the public hearing and go to the public meeting. And the chair, again, recognizes Councilwoman Reynolds Brown.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer proposed amendments to Bill Number 160172 and request that no vote be taken at them on this time.
Thank you. Very well, we will see that the stenographer gets a copy of both amendments so that they may be made as a part of the record. Thank you all for your support on that very important measure at some point. We will now go back into our public hearing.
And Mr. President, I actually had like 2.5 minutes left.
Absolutely. You know what, Councilwoman? My clock says you have 5 minutes left. Okay,
Thank you very much. So, we learned early on that Mexico and Berkeley were the test models, if you will, of this measure. I learned, and my staff and I, it's never I, so we think. My staff and I learned later that Arkansas and West Virginia also tried this, but are now in an appeal process. So if our city solicitor could return to the witness table and help us understand why you believe, based on your opinion, we would not end up in a similar circumstance.
Good afternoon, Councilwoman Reynolds.
Good afternoon.
I have to start by pledging ignorance with respect to Arkansas and was it West Virginia?
Yes.
I'm not aware of the litigation or the outcome of that. My opinion to you and to this body is simply that, based on the analysis that we've made, that if there was litigation certainly at the Court of Common Pleas level, which is the most important because it will determine whether or not the first instance whether we can go forward, even if without appeals. That we think we would prevail.
That you what?
That we think we would prevail. And now, what I can do, I can look at those two states and those two sorts of litigation and analyze and come back to you. And I'm happy to brief you, just because I want to make sure you're fully comforted with my opinion. So I hadn't evaluated that.
No problem at all. No problem at all. What I've learned is that looking at other cities and or states to see where efforts or initiatives have been tested sometimes can inform
Absolutely.
us and what we should do and how we should do it.
And what I've done is I've reached out to Berkeley. I talked to the city attorney to get a sense of what litigation they had, and they didn't have much litigation, and some of the same arguments being raised here. And I recognize that they're different city, as the council president noted.
Apples and oranges they are.
Apples and pears, if you will. But they're very, very different. But I was comforted by the fact that some of the same arguments with respect to whether or not, because Berkeley doesn't have the authority to impose a sales tax, so they had to be aware of that. but there was no litigation regarding that. So I was a little bit comforted by that, again, recognizing that they're different.
Sure.
But I would look at the two,
Sure.
if I can talk to your staff,
That,
figure out
that
those
would be
two
very,
states,
very,
I'll do
very
that.
helpful. Follow up on my last question with regards to Baltimore. Mr. Rob DeBoe, when you all examined the numbers, ran the numbers for the container tax, what rate did you use per container for your revenue projections? How much per container?
I'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay.
Yeah, but we'll get all that to you.
That would be very helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Kiona Sanchez.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to focus in on the part of your presentation where you say the administration determined early on that the city's general fund did not have the resources to support these crucial initiatives. Can you describe what process, you've been through several administrations, what departmental reviews were done to determine that there was no general fund money to support?
Sure. So, in the budget process, we look at every department's budget. We meet with every department, so we get a good sense of kind of what's in there, what kind of room they do or don't have. So it's really, it's a matter of going through every department's budget.
So every single department realigned its budget priorities based on the new mayor's priorities.
So, and I should also say that we asked departments for cuts and kind of looked at the impact of those cuts, and some of those are included in the budget too.
So let me ask the question directly.
Yeah.
Did departments realign their budgets based on the priorities of the new mayor?
So for most departments, a lot of what they do is not going to change. Like the streets department, for example, still going to be collecting trash, right? So for departments where it was kind of appropriate for realignment of priorities, that happened through the budget process. For a lot of departments, you don't see that, that kind of change. Like the fire department, for example, they're still fighting fires, and so the level of resources
But the mayor made a priority that there will be no more rotations, so there was a reprioritizing of the fire department's budget. Just because you used it as an example, there was a prioritizing within the budget that because there will be no more rotations and blackouts, brownouts, whatever. What did that cost? So that's a realignment. That's what I'm talking about. So you mean to tell, so every department does have a focus based on the mayor's priority.
They do, but I guess what I was trying to say is in terms of looking at their need for resources, there are certain things that they have to do.
So in a $4 billion plan, you're telling me that all of the departments reprioritize based on the budget priorities, and there's no general operating funds to absorb the initiation of these critical
What I'm telling you is that there's not $95 million worth of room, and
that's not what you need in the beginning.
And that there were other items that were funded in the budget, and those items we used savings from departments to fund. So, for example, cameras, video cameras, that was a new expense.
Body cameras.
Body cameras for police officers. That was a new expense. That was something that required more resources that we found within the budget. So there were a number of new initiatives funded within the budget. For these major initiatives at this scale, it was not possible to fund them out of the budget.
So based on your proposal for the first year, I'm just dealing with the first year, it's $27 million pre-K, $7 million community schools, and $12 million to pay for the first $100 million bond, right? That's $54 million.
The first year is about 48. So, yes.
I'm rounding off. I'm giving you extra. And rounding off, you mean to tell me then in your $4 billion general operating plan, there is not $54 million to initiate these?
No, there is not. There isn't. It's not.
In any department that deals with early childhood intervention, that deals with safety net programs. So in our safety net programs, your testimony is that there's not $54 million to begin this.
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm going to hold you to that, because remember, I get the appropriations transfer
Yes.
ordinances. And
Yep.
we'll have this conversation again.
Okay.
Okay. You make the statement that choices people make. What other choices in those outlines of those grocery stores do people have?
So there are diet sodas, there's water, there are other
There's
things.
only those two. Let's be clear. Every single natural juice has sugar.
No, those natural, the juice in natural, the sugar, natural sugar in juices is not taxable. So orange juice, for example, not taxable.
Are you sure? Because
Yes.
we keep going back and forth on
I'm
that.
sure, and I mean, if we want the city solicitor to come up and say that, you can have him come up.
So, because coconut water has sugar.
Coconut, if sugar is added, if sugar is added, it's taxable. If it's natural sugar, it's not. So apple juice, for example,
So
not taxable.
can you provide for us what you consider, as you define the choices people make, what items are exempt from this? Can we get a list? We don't need to go through it now.
Okay, it's actually, it's in the ordinance, but yes.
Okay. So have we asked the school district what the impact of this will be for them, since many of their school juices? Or is everything that the school districts serve exempt?
I don't know the extent to which they
So we have
serve
not asked the
sugar-sweetened beverage, have not had that conversation.
Have we asked the Philadelphia Corporation of Aging that feeds our seniors what the impact is on their budget for our feeding program?
On their budget. Again, I don't know what kind of beverages they serve, not had that
Okay,
conversation.
so on Friday, I was at Norris Square Senior Center providing a resolution for you, for Presby, and there was not one item that was being served to our seniors that would be exempt from this. So I think it would be important for us, as we feed people through our feeding programs, our seniors in our schools, that we get a clarification as to what budgetary impacts.
Yep, and to what they're serving, but I think the health commissioner has.
Can I wait just for a second? I'm Tom Farley, I'm the health commissioner. The exempted from the tax would be milk, would be water, and would be any fruit juice that's 100% fruit juice. In general, in school, that's what they're serving children, milk, water, 100% fruit juice. They're not generally serving sugary drinks. I don't know the Philadelphia school system well enough to know for sure if there are any, but it would be a very small fraction if it were.
I just wanted to clarify, particularly in our senior centers too, because there was not any at the senior center that I went to on Friday.
There was no water?
Of course there's water.
Okay. Thank you.
We're talking about, your statement is people make choices. I'm talking about people who don't make choices because they're being served something that we subsidize as government. I just want the verification that we did our due diligence and we know what the budgetary impacts are for the people we're feeding. We have a summer lunch program. How does it impact our summer lunch program? My time is up. I'll wait for my next round.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman O.
Thank you very much, Chairman. So, as I understand it, the goal is better education that leads to greater ability to have a better job with more opportunities for each person to realize a more full potential, and that pre-K is a pathway to this goal. There are a number of things that I would like to have by the time I have to make a decision, because I'm already predisposed to vote against the soda tax, but I want to be open-minded about it. But what I would like is an economic impact study, and I would like to have some type of outcome analysis of the pre-K program. So the first thing I'm not clear on.
I think that should probably ask Otis Hackney to come up for your questions about the pre-K program. You have questions about the pre-K program? Is that?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I will have that. But you know what, in my limited time, being that I don't think we're going to get this whole discussion done today, I'd kind of just like to outline.
Councilman, not to cut you off, I'll add your time. So we have pre-K coming up after revenue, so if you want.
You want to wait? Okay.
Yeah.
It might be better for
Yeah,
you to get
sure.
more specific questions relating to the individuals who'll be,
Yes, thank you.
so you can use your time, and I know you got a bunch of other stuff.
No, thank you. I couldn't have said it better myself. So, in other words, in the way and balance of making this choice, I like to know, soda appears to me oddly to be the hub of a spoke of a wheel, that somehow the revenues of soda support a number of things, from Chuck E. Cheese to movie theaters, to McDonald's, to corner stores, to convenience stores in neighborhoods where they otherwise would not be. And there's kind of a ancillary effect to the economy that I'd like to better understand. So if soda goes up by a certain percentage, or the cost goes up, and people go to Delaware County, Bucks County, to Costco, or to wherever they go, or they go to the movie theater in Plymouth Meeting rather than Philadelphia, you know, what is the economic impact versus the kind of revenues that you believe you're trying to obtain? And I'd like a credible impact study. The other study that I'd like to know, which we could get into later, is exactly what is the pre-K plan, and I don't need the details right now, but my question is, my kids don't go to pre-K because I'm fortunate to have a stay-at-home wife who watches them. If we were both highly paid professionals and we could afford better pre-K than my wife and I could present at home, we would. It would be pretty expensive, I think. If we were poorer than we are, then we'd have available to us pre-K now, because we're unable to afford, and we get free pre-K if we're below a certain level. So I know this is not universal pre-K. It's not universal in the sense that everybody of every income level all over Philadelphia will be eligible for this pre-K. So I know that. So we're going to try to understand what group of people are we targeting, number one, and number two, what is the curriculum? If there is a curriculum and it is, it's before kindergarten, and the last I heard we were trying to put money into the schools for K to 4. But this money is not going to the schools, it's not going to certified teachers. And I'd like to know if there were the best daycare in Southwest Philadelphia, in North Philadelphia, or any of our neighborhoods that are challenged with poverty. Could you show me that excellent pre-K and a poorly performing elementary school and high school then leads to high school graduation rates, college graduation rates? In other words, how is it that providing a kind of a daycare or pre-K, which is not Head Start, it's not administered by the schools, how does that initial process affect the outcome if we don't improve our public schools? And then in terms of the health issue, I'd like to understand why we are charging $25 when you're caught with an ounce of marijuana, and then we're going to charge you more for your choice in using sodas or sports drinks. In other words, I understand the reason why it's there, you know, the criminal justice and all that, but I don't understand if you're trying to discourage through increasing prices and taxation poor health choices, why would you lower the penalty for an illegal substance that was damaging to your mind and body? So, you know, I need to understand those things as clearly, and I've challenged the soda industry, by the way. I said, listen, you coming around knocking on my door all the time with nothing in your hand that I could use does not help the case. You know how I voted last time, but I'd like an economic impact study. I'd like some facts and figures, something I could hang my hat on to understand what are my choices?
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Bass.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm just going to move over for 1 second.
You want to be over there?
Yeah, I have a situation.
It's okay, look.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I have a couple of questions, and...
Councilman, hold on a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, you're good.
Okay, thank you. So I have a couple of questions. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So my biggest concern, and I've expressed this before, is that we're really looking at what I consider an unstable funding stream to be able to do something that's so very important, and that really would lift all of our children here in Philadelphia and make a huge impact on the city that we want to be in the future. And so the idea that we would fund early childhood education on a funding stream that in so many ways seems to be so unstable. I can't think of any department that would line up and say, oh, fund me on, sugary drink tax. I think that that's a great way to go. Fund me on something that, is expected to be a declining source of revenue. And so just knowing that, we do the best we can, but in the past we have gotten some things wrong. I think you would agree. And
What?
so, well, let me let you know. I'll be happy to let you know. Why don't we start with AVI? And so, we did AVI. We thought we had these numbers that were dead on, and then we had to go through a huge reassessment. And so,
I'd say on AVI, if we're at that, that the assessments are much more accurate than they were before. There is still work to do. I agree with that. But I think the purpose of AVI, which was to make those assessments much more accurate, I think that was achieved, but there's continuing work that has to happen.
I think so, but I think the idea was to get it right the first time, and that's the point that I'm making.
Yeah, and I don't think we would have said that we're going to get all 570,000 properties right the first time.
But that we would primarily have
and I think
a better system, and that we wouldn't be looking at doing this all over again within a few years. Not all over again, but the point that I'm trying to make here is that we put our best efforts forward, but we know that we're not always spot on the numbers, and that was the case with AVI. And so when we're making such a critical decision, I guess I have a lot of concern that we are not accurate in determining how much money we're going to be able to get. We know that this funding stream is going to be declining, and it even feels, when you look at the map in terms of where the consumption is, it even in some ways feels a little bit predatory, because we know that in poor neighborhoods, that's where the consumption really is.
So when we did, one of the questions we had earlier was why, if we don't think all the cost is going to be passed on, did we assume a reduction as though it was? And part of it is we wanted to be conservative in our projections, so that if we were off, it would be more likely that we would be off, that we were coming in higher rather than lower, because there always is a risk with any revenue projection. Any revenue projection, the reality is going to come in different from your projection. And so the idea is to try to be conservative, particularly with the new revenue. And that's what we tried to do with this.
Even with being conservative, I can tell you that as the new chair of the Health and Human Services Committee, one of the things that we'd like to do is to reduce consumption, but doing it through a way that makes a more informed and educated consumer about the choices that they make, but overall looking out for the health of our citizens. And so if we're going to continue to push on making sure that people know what they're buying, know what it does, know what the effects and outcomes would be of purchasing soda versus water versus, a different type of beverage, this is a declining revenue stream. This is something that we expect will go down. So this is something that we are hopeful will go down, and yet we're funding something so very important.
And we built that into that decline into our projections. And so we get to the numbers we get to, assuming a decline?
I think that you built in some, some assumption of declining revenue, but I don't think that, looking at a larger push that I think that the Health and Human Services Committee could do, should do here for our citizens in terms of making sure that people understand what it is that sugary beverages does to them, what their options are, making sure that we have a more informed and educated and therefore healthier citizenry. I just think it's something that we have to do. We have such a disconnect in terms of health and the connection to health care here in the city of Philadelphia, that this is something that's critically important when you look at diabetes, and I know that, Councilwoman Brown has done a lot of work on that in the past. And how can we, on the one hand say we want consumption to go down, but we want it to go down to a point where it levels off so that we can pay for early childhood education. I just think that the theory doesn't really stand.
And we're talking about, a 55% reduction, so a really substantial reduction.
Talking about 55%, okay. All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Real quick, the Rudd Center.
Yes.
You use the Rudd Center for revenue?
Yeah. Do you want to talk through that, or should Marissa? Yeah, so we're going to ask.
You did?
Yes.
Did you use them for consumption reduction?
So I'm going to ask Marissa to come up, and she's the one who knows the methodology best.
Okay. Sorry to cut in. Just want to follow up on this question about consumption. It seems like the Rudd Center's analysis on reduction in consumption is different than the administration's reduction in consumption, but yet you use the Rudd Center for revenue sources. Right.
Hi, Marissa Waxman, First Deputy Revenue Commissioner. So we looked at a variety of sources to make sure that we understood all the different pieces that you need to produce the revenue projection. So the things you need...
From the Rudd Center, right?
From a variety of sources, so I can quickly bang through which ones came from where.
So you didn't use the Rudd Center?
We used it for some. So what you need to know is consumption, how much are folks drinking now? You need to understand what is the current price of soda in the city of Philadelphia and where folks are getting it. You need to understand the price elasticity, which is how people are going to, or how a change in price is going to affect consumption, as well as some other features such as general trends towards reducing consumption.
Thank you. Because I'm cutting in on other
Okay,
people's
I'll
time.
go. We use the Rudd Center data for the baseline consumption, what folks are drinking now.
And that determined your estimates on revenue.
It was one of several factors that you use to determine the revenue. So that the other items I mentioned are the other things. Each one of those affects what the final revenue projection is. The consumption, the elasticity, the price of the tax, the price before the tax.
Did you use the Rudd Center for your consumption
For consumption data, correct.
You use that also?
I'm sorry?
Rudd Center, did you use their analysis for the consumption drop-off?
So
because
what we
their
use,
numbers are significantly different than yours.
Yeah, so what we used is actually, we looked at a variety of studies. They also looked at, there's one that's a meta-analysis of 13 different studies. That's what they're based on. That's what ours also looked at, as well as a variety of other things that came out in 2013. That found a range of -0.8 to -1.21 in the price elasticity.
So you picked a number of different studies to
We looked
get
at
to
a bunch
where you
of-
needed to get to.
Yeah, so we looked at a variety of different sources, as well as also looking at some of the impacts that occurred later.
All right, okay. We do that sometimes. I do that a lot. I kind of pick, I like that over there. I'm going to use that.
It was a little more rigorous than that, sir.
I'm just basing it on what, I'm seeing a significant difference. It's like 95 in the administrations, and the Rudd Center is 71 for 3 cents.
So the range is the -0.8 to the -1.21. They used all the way at the -1.21.
Okay.
We used within the range at -1.
Okay. All right, thank you, I'm sorry. Chair recognizes Councilman Green.
Thank you, Council President. If City Solicitor could come to the table. Councilman Green was asking some questions from the legal perspective in reference to the sugar tax or soda tax, however people want to describe the initiative. And it seems like the two main issues are regarding preemption and uniformity. And so from my understanding, is that, look in the seminal case of United Tavern Owners, the issue is in reference to preemption is whether the intent of the tax is going to be borne on the consumer or not. And my understanding that from the city's perspective, because the intent of the tax will not be borne on the consumer, the city does not believe will be preempted. However, other parties believe that it would be preempted.
Yeah, and just to briefly talk about that case, I promised I wouldn't talk about cases, but you brought it up, so I want to just focus on that. The issue in that case was whether or not the municipality of Philadelphia could tax liquor. And the Supreme Court in the 3-2 decision determined that in that case, there were actually two separate taxes on liquor. There was a 6% tax as well as an 18% tax. And on top of that, as everyone in this body knows, liquor is very different because it's heavily regulated by the state. And in this particular instance, there's no specific tax on sugar-sweetened beverages. There's a sales tax that's generally applicable, but there's no 18% tax, and there's no heavy regulation of sugar-sweetened beverages by the state. So based on that, and among other things, we thought that wasn't applicable. I know I received, I think it was a 4 or 5 page unsigned memorandum by the beverage industry, and they made some points, and I'm sure they may make it if there's any litigation, but we didn't find that convincing at all.
And so basically you don't feel that the Commonwealth occupies a field in reference to this type of taxation regarding sugar?
Absolutely.
Okay. So the other question I have is in reference to uniformity, and this is the one I need a little more clarity because there's some perspective on whether the tax does or does not violate the uniformity clause at the state level. So if you can give me some of the state constitution, so if you can give me some perspective on that.
Yeah, the issue with respect to that is whether or not the distinction that this council draw between sugar-sweetened beverages and other forms of beverages, so I just use diet soda as an example, whether or not that's rational. And under the uniformity clause as interpreted by our state courts, council has there's a lot of deference given to the legislature, whether it's state and local, and in this case there has to be a rational basis. In other words, there has to be a reason why, when you draw that line, why you put some products on this side of the line, i.e. it's taxed, other ones that on the other side. And in this particular case, given and I'm glad Dr. Farley's here, that the health deficits associated with sugar-sweetened beverages, that is their relationship to obesity and to heart ailments, that it's rational. If there's litigation, we go to litigation, we'll be able to present that there's a body of evidence that shows the health effects, and that's an appropriate place for council to draw that line. And so, and there's evidence in the record with respect to that.
And it's based on that rationality argument why you don't feel it violates the uniformity clause of the state constitution.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Based on that rationality aspect, you're saying that why you believe it does not violate the uniformity clause.
That's right.
Okay. All right.
And again, Councilman, there are no guarantees. I was going to make clear. There's no 100%. If somebody's going to ask me that, I want to preempt that question. But that's where we stand, and we feel that this body has the authority to enact it if it so chooses to.
And it is the position of the administration that if this legislation was enacted, and I think it would go into effect in January, and if the litigation is not resolved, will they still be collecting the revenue from the tax?
I would suggest that if there's no legal barrier, that's a decision that the finance director will have to make to determine whether to collect.
Okay, well, let me ask this question to Mr. DeBell. If there's litigation, and I'm sure there'll be litigation, the legislation does get passed, and the legislation would go into effect, I believe, as of January, and that litigation is not resolved by January of next year, would the city then be collecting the tax?
So based on what the solicitor said in his earlier answer, which is he was confident that Common Pleas Court would have ruled by January and would have ruled favorably, we would go ahead. If there's no Common Pleas Court ruling by then, I don't think we would move ahead.
But even with so you're saying that the initial jurisdiction would be in Common Pleas Court, not Commonwealth Court?
I'm sorry, Councilman. I'm having Councilman Quinones Sanchez is blocking your. I can't read your lips. I apologize.
So the first tier court you're saying is going to be Common Pleas and not Commonwealth?
It'll be Common Pleas Court. That's correct.
Because of the nature of this legislation and from those who would oppose the legislation, this would be a very challenging perspective if this legislation would go into effect. So you believe that even if it made it through Court of Common Pleas, and I'm sure there'll be multiple appeals, that we still should collect the tax?
I would recommend that he should collect it because his appeals may take some time, and so long as there's no legal impediment, in other words, at the Court of Common Pleas level, that we prevail, and I'm confident that we will.
Okay, because I just think there's going to be a number of appeals, and even though the city may win at the initial level, concerns that with all the various appeals that may occur, there still may be some impediments in reference to the full nature of the collection of the tax.
Yes, I mean, if we prevail, I can tell you this, that we're pretty confident that the Court of Common Pleas litigation will be resolved by January 1st. There will be appeals after that, and if that's the case and we win, I would recommend to the finance director that he can go ahead, if he chooses, to collect on the tax.
Well, let me drill down a little bit more on that. So legislation gets passed, action is filed, and you're pretty confident that it'll be resolved prior to January?
That's correct.
Even with, if I was representing the other side, it's going to be a multitude of motions and all types of process issues and procedural issues, and you think that'll all be resolved by January?
Yeah, and historically what we found that in cases like this where there are essentially legal issues and that there's an interest by both sides for expedited review, that could be resolved by January 1st, because that gives us 6 months between the enactment of the legislation and when there's any collection, which will be on January 1st.
And you believe both sides will have a desire for an expedited?
Well, we'll ask the court. I think there will be certainly in the court's interest for expedited review.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Blackwell.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm sure we're just so many of us being repetitive in our ways. We know that we're not assured of what's going to happen in future years with funding just kindergarten through 12th grade. And yet we know we're 34,000 seats short pre-K right now. So what happens if we were to find a way to fund this? What happens next year, and how do we relate that to K to 12? What do we do then? What is your administration's suggestions as to how we get through in the future?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understood the question. Sorry.
Seats short of pre-K now. And we don't have even K through 12 straight after this year. What do we do in future years? How do we get through? And what's your proposal for us to not have shortages, to be able to fund on both levels in the future?
Do you want us to do that now or during the pre-K portion later? And I'll call up Otis if we want to talk about the plan for pre-K going forward.
It's the Councilwoman's choice.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Otis Hackney, Chief Education Officer, Mayor's Office. Councilwoman, can you repeat your question, please?
Yes, sir. We're trying to fund pre-K now. We're 34,000 seats short that we're aware of. What do we do in the future? How do we fund K to 12? We're going to need more funding. We're not assured of even 5 years funding from K to 12. What are we going to do with pre-K? How do we fund K-12? Where are we supposed to get all these additional funding dollars? What are your plans?
Well, I think thank you for the question, but I think when we're talking about two different issues in terms of how do we fund the pre-K, and I think that's, what we're here debating or discussing today.
Now, you all don't know. You don't have to answer it, but you can't say that funding education doesn't have anything to do with pre-K. Give us a break. It's okay. You don't have to answer, but it's a legitimate issue.
Mr. Hackett, word of advice. If a council member asks you a question, don't ever tell them what you're here to talk about. Just a word of advice.
Understood.
I understand. So the best of your ability, if you could just answer the question.
Understood.
I'm just.
Understood.
As a friend. All right.
So in terms of the funding source for pre-K, or how we would get enrollment up, our plan is to scale up over the next 5 years, once the pre-K program is fully funded, that we would increase the number of children receiving pre-K about 10,000 seats. At the end of the third year, we would evaluate, look at the program to make sure that we are reaching our goals and see if any modifications to the plan would need to be done in order to enhance the program and increase enrollment.
Mr. President, I'm going to just let that go. I'm just going to forget that and let you go on to the next person.
Right.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Reynolds Brown. I'm sorry, hold on. No, wait. Did we already do Council? Gim? Do Councilwoman Gim, because she has not spoken yet. Councilwoman.
Thank you so much, Mr.
You're welcome.
President. Could you, for clarity purpose, and I think I'm following a little bit with Councilman Green, make a clear explanation of the distinction between a distributor's tax, which I believe is what the administration is proposing, and a sales tax?
Yeah, there he is.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I think Mr. Dubois gave me a look and I came up here. I think what this tax is a tax on the transaction between a distributor and a retailer. And the distinction I was trying to draw before was a legal distinction. In other words, how a court would look at it. And it's very critical where the tax occurs in terms of where in the chain. And then this is between the distributor and the retailer, not the retailer and consumer, which is where sales tax occurs, and as well as how the tax is measured. Those are two legal distinctions. Here, the tax is measured with respect to the volume, so it's 3 cents per ounce, and in a sales tax is tied to the measure is the price. So those distinctions are ones that we think a court will look to determine whether it's duplicative of the sales tax.
So the burden is borne by the distributor or by the retailer?
Under the ordinance is distributor. Distributor is liable for it.
Correct. And so this idea that this is a grocery tax or this is a sales tax or is borne by consumers is based on what concept?
I don't know. I mean, and I'm just talking about sort of legally where the liability is. Now, there's a question about how much is going to be passed through, and that, I can't predict. But in terms of where a court would be focused on in doing the analysis.
Have the distributors spoken with the administration about how much they intend to pass on?
They haven't spoken to me, so I don't know.
Mr. DeBow, do you know? Mr. DeBow, have you had conversations with distributors?
We have had some conversations, yes.
And so for clarity, have they been explicit about how much they intend to pass on?
I think in what they're saying now, they would say that they would pass it all on. We haven't seen that in other places.
I haven't seen a distributor come in front of the public budget hearings. I've heard the grocers, I've heard consumers, I've heard people who are worried about it. I've never heard a distributor actually testify in front of the budget hearing saying that they assume the burden of the tax and they will pass it on 100%.
Right.
I guess they don't have to. So one question I had is you've been present when a soda tax has been presented before. Under Mayor Nutter, it's been presented twice, is that accurate?
I think that's right.
Okay. So what happened when the first tax was proposed and it did not pass council, is that correct?
It did not.
And so what was and that funding was supposed to go towards schools?
I think the second time was towards schools. The first time was towards the city's general fund.
And what happened, what was the revenue stream that supplemented the soda tax at that time?
I think each time it was at least partially a property tax.
That's right.
I think for the school district time, there may have been a UNO increase also.
So it's interesting because it sounds like the soda tax will be passed on to somebody no matter what.
Well, somebody, right?
Right,
Yeah.
because the soda tax is either, they can assume, the distributor has the ability to either assume the tax and has the power to distribute, has the power to determine how it goes out. This is not a tax borne by grocers onto consumers. It's not an option of the city to go to the point of sale at sales tax. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. And then if the distributors choose, if this tax does not go, because we've got 2 times of having having seen this tax, that it then gets passed on to the rest of us. So it goes up in our property taxes or it goes up in the UNO tax.
If we used another tax, that's right, and that's why we talked about in the testimony why we didn't want to go to another tax. But you're right, one of the differences is you can't avoid the other taxes by simply not buying something.
For me personally, I am very much pro-program. I've fought all my life to see, as many of my colleagues have, to see an enormous investment in our neighborhoods and communities. And I think what's I'm struggling to understand is there something particularly sacred about the soda tax industry that makes it difficult for that to happen? I mean, I feel like many of us have paid already. We've raised property taxes twice. We've raised UNO taxes twice. Is that correct?
The property tax was actually raised 4 times.
4 times. Thank you for reminding us of that.
And I think UNO was twice, I think.
UNO is twice. We passed a cigarette tax.
Correct. And increased the parking tax.
And we've increased the parking tax. And there is, did I hear Mr. Tulante say that there isn't currently the 18% tax on soda? He was mentioning that there
Yeah, he was contrasting it with other tax, yes, with liquor tax. Yeah.
Right. So I just wanted to clarify again that this is a tax on distributors. It's not a point of sales tax.
Correct.
This is a tax that's within the control of distributors.
Correct.
And that this soda tax gets passed on, pass or not, it's up to them if we pass it, whether they assume it. But if they don't pass it, likely the rest of us pay.
Either the rest of us pay or we don't have the programs.
And I think that needs to be made very clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Dom.
Thank you, Council President. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We had a liquor by the drink tax that we enacted way before my time, and a cigarette tax way before my time. When we
Not way.
All right, well, maybe a little. When we enacted those taxes, do you recall what the projection was and what was the reality in relationship to the projection?
So for the liquor tax, I don't know exactly what the original projection were, but I think that tax has been strong over time and is still growing. So, and it's been a really steady source of revenue for the school district. Likewise, the cigarette tax has also been steady. It was a little bit below projection, but it's been steady.
Here's my question. I don't know what the number was, but if you came to City Council and said, we think the cigarette tax is going to be 50 million, what did we actually produce the first year of that? And if we came to City Council and said the liquor by the drink is going to be 20 million, what did we actually produce?
Yeah, the liquor by the drink, I'd have to go back. I think it was right around projection, but I'd have to go back.
Okay.
The cigarette tax, the district was projecting 60 million, and I think it came in the 50s, but I'd have to get the exact numbers.
Okay, if you could get that.
Yes.
And I just want to make sure I'm still on the same page with this. When I looked at the charts, there were 2 charts, I think, one from City Council, one from the administration, breaking down the per half an ounce revenue generated incrementally. And if I recall, for 1 cent, it was like 58 million, and for 1.5 cents, it was 76 million. Does that seem accurate?
That sounds about right. I have to go back and look, but that sounds about right.
So if not that I'm giving an opinion if I'm in favor of the tax or not. I'm just trying to understand the math. If 1.5 cents produces 76, it doesn't make mathematical sense to add another 1.5 that only produces 14.
Another 1.5 that produces another 20.
90 or 20.
90,
Okay,
you're
so
up
say
to
19.
95,
Yeah.
96.
It just seems like the increment isn't worth it. I mean, just,
It is if we want to fund the programs.
but the amount of levy that you're putting on that, it seems very heavy for the extra 19 million. That's my, in other words, I understand 1 cent's 56 or whatever. I understand 1.5 gets us to 76, but to add another 1.5 that only produces 19 doesn't seem beneficial.
It is because it funds the programs, and we need to fund the programs.
And I know that we've talked to you about this, but I just want to read this into the record, that I think diet soda is as bad as regular soda. And I just saw a picture, by the way, of somebody's teeth who drinks diet soda. It's terrible, terrible. So I think if there's a way that we could figure this thing out and have, if we have to go this route, diet soda is just as bad, and and I think, I'm speaking for myself, but I think everybody loves the initiatives. I think what people aren't in favor of is targeting one industry or a narrow scope. And we can broaden the base, it's going to make things a lot easier. So the broader we can make it, the better, but I think the initiatives are excellent. So I'll end with that thought in mind. But I will say this, diet soda is a great idea because people who have more money probably drink diet soda, and you'll spread that tax around to other people. So you're leveling the playing field. But if it was up to me, I would find efficiencies in government to fund this program. I would start with the fees that we charge that we haven't changed since 1984 in the court system.
The court system fees. I think the fees actually stay within the court system, so they wouldn't help with this.
Well, we're writing a check for $56 million out of our fund for the courts, and I thought there was a law in the 1990s that said they have to be self-sufficient. So I'm not sure why we're writing that check.
There's a long history of that and our attempts not to, but we can...
I want to do the initiative. I'm just thinking that there's other ways of funding it that might be more productive. And it's not just the court system. I think it's also the sheriff's department could be more fees there.
Yeah, I think they're actually looking at that now.
L&I probably have, I think the expediter fee, because I'm familiar with this, hasn't changed in 20 years at L&I.
Yeah, although L&I has changed a lot of their fees. We looked at those fees within the last few years, but it's something that we continue to do. We always look at the fees. You know, the fees can't be more than your costs.
Right.
So we look at the fees, and if they haven't been increased in a while and there's room to increase them, we do that.
So I asked this question this morning from Revenue. Who's in charge of monitoring the fees for the city?
So typically it would be budget and finance working with the departments, and it's part of the budget review process every year. There are discussions about fees.
So that's a gold mine. You guys can go to work on that one.
I'm Anna Adams, I'm the budget director. So actually, when we meet with the departments, one of our big questions is not only are forecasts for the locally generated non-tax revenues accurate, are we on track, what's going on with them, but is there any room to increase fees? Because we're always looking for ways that we can do things to help fund some of the other programs that we want to do, as well as to find room for everything else that we need to do in the budget. So we actually make that as a big part of our budget process, and we also, when departments have requested new funding for specific initiatives, we call it the justification process, we also ask them to look at what's going on with their fees and everything as part of that structure. But we are, I think there will be some conversations about particular fees that we may be looking to do in the fall, so we'll talk to council about some of those.
Well, we'll say this. I'm very hopeful that next year we're going to collect a lot more real estate taxes, because I'm not going to stop till we collect that money. So we're going to collect the money, and we'll have more money for that next year. So thank you very much. You're doing a great job, in my opinion. You're very cooperative, and I appreciate it. So thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Gentlemen and lady, the two issues on the soda tax that seem to get discussed the most, other than the size of it, are the legality, either on uniformity and on nexus, going outside the state or even outside the county. On the size of it, so that's one issue that comes up. I haven't had any discussions directly with the soda industry, but if I were the soda industry, I'd be as concerned about a half a cent or a quarter cent as I would be about 3 cents. So I want to move to the legal issues. On the uniformity, I think everybody understands what uniform means. It's a question of how it's interpreted in a court of law. But with nexus, particularly going outside the state, I'll start with that, from a distributor where we're taxing a distributor outside the state, is there any examples that are apples and apples that you can explain to me where we tax something outside the state where our reach is to the city borders in some cases and to larger borders of Pennsylvania in other cases, but where we go outside and tax an activity in another state directly? I just want to know what
I'll
you're
look into
using
that.
as your...
I don't have one off the top of my head, but our analysis was that any distributor that's going to be subject to this tax is doing so voluntarily. In other words, the way the tax works is a retailer notifies a distributor, I'm from Philadelphia, and there's this law that says you're going to be subject to this. Can you please confirm you received this notice? Go get registered or licensed, and then once you're registered or licensed, I know I have to buy from you. You know, I've discharged my obligations.
Is there anybody else that we tax in such a fashion where they get, because I'm following where you're coming from, but my question is, one, it doesn't seem like there's a concrete example, apples and apples, but the concept of the voluntariness, you can't complain because you didn't have to do it. Do we have anything like that we do where people get notified that we're taxing you even though you're outside the state, not otherwise subject to it, but if you don't do business with us, you don't have to pay it with our city, vendors and businesses. I'm just trying to get an idea where the nexus argument comes from. Even if it's voluntary, is this the first time we would have ever done that? I guess maybe that's...
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, I'll look into that.
Okay, well, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I don't know one way or the other.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Heenan.
Thank you, Council President.
Welcome.
And good afternoon. Question on, I guess, that Mr. DeBoe. You know, you hear a lot about, you know, rumors of decreasing non-wage tax, stopping reductions, increasing real estate taxes, and we were just reminded that, you know, we, the past several years, raised real estate 4 times. We increased use and occupancy tax. We provided exemptions for small businesses, which I think is great, and I think we all championed providing some relief, you know, through the whole new property tax evaluation, where commercial quarter businesses received, you know, $2,000 exemption. Some of that included BERT. So I mean, I'm sure in your analysis, trying to figure out how to fund these programs, and I believe in the programs and what we need to do. I think we have an opportunity to actually create our own economy through these efforts. But you know, some of the conversation also has been, you know, taxes across the board, you know, on business taxes. And so, can you tell me the pros and cons on, you know, blanket across the board taxes on businesses after the mayor in this body has already made a decision to not increase business taxes for once, you know, to you know, have a gradual decline in our wage tax and our business taxes? What would it do if you had a across the board business tax increase, and what would it do to the exemptions for some of the smaller businesses, which, by the way, I think make up like 85% of Philadelphia business owners, especially in my district?
Yeah, so a couple of answers. One, both of the tax reform commissions concluded that, you know, wage and business taxes, when they're increasing, cost us jobs, and that conversely, you know, decreasing them helps create jobs. We wanted to stay away from increases in either one of those areas. Also, when you talked about the exemption in small businesses, and the Revenue Department's analysis showed that there are over 65,000 businesses, small businesses, revenues under 100,000 in the city of Philadelphia, that won't have to pay the tax at all because of the exemption. And so if you got rid of the exemption, they would all have to come back onto the rolls. So we think that's a really big positive of the business tax reduction program.
So it'd come back on the rolls, meaning...
They'd have to pay again if we got rid of the exemption.
Start paying taxes again?
Yeah.
Okay, so, and I would imagine through a lot of collaboration and trying to figure out how to move forward, that wasn't in...
Correct. We wanted to stay away from those broad-based taxes because of the impact we think they have on jobs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Real quick, Mr. Bowe, actually unrelated to sugar, but with respects to what we hope will be a significant revenue stream once we ultimately get our land values and our appraisals of commercial real estate corrected. Right. Do you have a sense of the projected revenues?
Yeah, I'm going to ask.
And if so, what is that?
Yeah.
And if so, what is that based on?
So we build into the plan a growth in based on the OPA's schedule that they've laid out for when they're doing the commercial real estate, and then after that they'll do the whole city again. We built into the plan a projection in additional taxable market value that flows through our revenue model. And so and I can get the numbers, but I think we got to, when they do the commercial values, the commercial taxable market values will grow by 3%, and that flows through our revenue projection models.
What is that based off of?
It's
Because we've all acknowledged, and maybe you guys not publicly, that our ability to evaluate commercial real estate is limited at best. So what are you projecting? And I talked to my friend and colleague, Mr. Down, he could tick off like 10, 20, 30 commercial properties of significant size, and it's clear that those assessments are not accurate. Subsequently, the revenues generated from those. So what are you basing that off of? If we haven't even done the most obvious inaccurate appraisals on commercial real estate, what are we basing it off?
It's based on conversations with the assessment office, based on their opinion on what's likely to happen with the taxable real estate once they do their commercial assessments. I think we may err on the side of being conservative, but I don't think we're that conservative based on what's happened in the last few years.
All right, I'm saying some serious miscalculations in our appraisal process, and I'm assuming that there will be a significantly amount more as it relates to revenues generated once we get this corrected. And the fact that we don't have in place a mechanism that will give us accurate appraisals, thereby accurate tax bills for significant commercial buildings, and not to mention the smaller ones. I don't know where we're getting these projections from.
Both the smaller properties as well as the larger commercial properties. So this is the average growth in
So
taxable
you're
market
anticipating that
value.
the smallers might go down?
It's based on just an assumption of what will happen to the taxable market value, and it will grow by 3% as a whole. But it's not. We don't break out the large commercial properties versus the small commercial properties. We don't have that level of data.
Okay. All right. And the conversation around, I know I'm going to upset some people about changing the structure or the process established with UNO. We've had that offline conversation about right now the onus is on us to determine what's taxable usage, where we essentially,
It does.
as opposed to the responsibility of the property owner to indicate what portion of their real estate is not being utilized?
It works the flip way of what we discussed last time, but Mr. Breslin can describe it.
Okay, I just want to
Frank Breslin, Revenue Commissioner. Yeah, what we do is when we send the bill for UNO tax, it starts with what we call max tax, the maximum tax,
Okay.
the full value
For
of
that
tax-
property
for
based
that
on square
property.
footage, okay.
Then the taxpayer fills in any exemptions, vacant, residential, whatever, and comes down to their calculation of the tax due, and then remits that to us.
Okay. Okay, and is that all? Do we do that with all
Yes.
businesses?
Yes,
That's so
and
we-
all property subject to UNO. That's the way
Including
it's calculated.
universities, all of the nonprofit institutions, because that's where it seems to be some question.
To anyone who's subject to the tax. So there are exclusions from the tax. So whoever,
So we're saying that because the university, quote unquote, is not subject to the tax, real estate tax, because they're in nonprofit status, we don't approach it in that way?
they would still get, if the property is considered taxable, they would still get a bill and then calculate which portion is taxable. So properties that are owned by universities can still be taxable if there's commercial activity going on in that property. If there's retail space.
Yeah, my question is that we use the same process with the institutions, university hospitals, that we send them a tax bill based on their taxable square footage, and then they have to tell us what portions of their property.
We do, but I think the distinction is there are certain properties that are just marked as exempt, completely exempt, and because they're in that status all the time and they're pulled out of our billing system, so then they would not receive a bill until some change where they become.
So the church is clearly not.
Exactly. So they
any
wouldn't.
commercial activity.
They wouldn't get a bill at all unless we had some indication that there was commercial activity taking place there.
Okay.
In which case we would set them back up, then they would get that bill and they would have to fill it out.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry for that. This right? Councilwoman, I think, Councilman Squill is here. Okay, let me see. Yeah, we got some stuff going on up here. I'll get it together. Chair recognizes Councilman Squilla. I know, they trying to.
Oh, okay, thank you.
You all are trying to trick me with jumping in those chairs. It's all right.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I know we talked about delinquent taxes, and there is some delinquent tax dollars into the 5-year plan, how we're collecting that. And I notice now, we've been getting a lot of issues in our office with people being taken to court for sweep violations. So what happens is they had a sweep violation last year or something and never received notices. We have about 10 of them now in place, and they are now going to municipal court for it's end up being like a $600 or $650 in fines. To me, we want to collect delinquent taxes, but we want to also collect fines and fees that are associated with issues in the city. But when it comes to this point, what we do is we're attacking these residents and who are not able to pay it, and then bringing it to municipal court level to pay a sweeps violation of $50, and it ends up going to $600 or $380 or something like that. And then if that doesn't happen, which they don't usually go to court, and then it goes to a collection agency. We need to do a better job, I think, of in-house collection and going after these folks in-house or working with somebody to collect and take a piece of it. I think the avenue that we're taking now, and this is fairly new, this must be within the last 6 months, is that true, that we're doing this? Does anybody know?
So sweeps isn't.
It's collected by revenue, though?
It's actually.
Does anybody know?
Oh, wait.
They don't know. All right, well, maybe offline we'll bring this up, and I'll try to figure out how we approach these subjects. How do we get them out of the court, to get them to pay their fines that they owe and not these exorbitant prices that are associated with these fines. Because I'm a big advocate of collected delinquent fines, fees, and taxes, but this just seems like overkill, and I think we're sending the wrong message to
We're happy to have
regular
that
everyday
discussion
folks.
and make sure the right people are there.
All right, thank you very much. Also, on the real estate tax, and I know we talked about the land value tax assessments of this year. And the $14 million, that was added into the 5-year plan? Was that into this year's budget?
Correct. So it's $14 million a year. So over the full plan, it's about $70 million.
$70 million.
Over 5 years.
Over 5 years. But that money has been included in this year's budget already?
It has.
And for the revenue for the programs, pre-K, community schools, rebuild, the number that was quoted was close to 90 million, is that correct?
About 96 million when fully implemented. The first year is half a year, so it's about half of that.
So the first year is approximately
48.
48.
Yep.
Yeah, 48.
And then you need 90 million a year after
96.
that? 96. And so if that value is reached, you could do everything in the plan. If it's not reached, who decides what programs and how do you move forward with? Does that come after the budget session?
Well, I think we'd have to decide kind of if we didn't get the full amount you're asking?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we'd have to start figuring it out then, once we knew what the amount was.
And then you would decide if it's so many community schools, how much to rebuild.
But what we wouldn't be able to do.
How you go off with the pre-K.
That's right.
All right, thank you very much.
Good afternoon. So let me repeat what I think I heard. You said that in the first year you expect to yield about $48 million.
Because it will be in place for half a year. Okay. Yes.
So you should know in the homework that was done by my staff and technical staff with the Baltimore model, the yield was about $43 million in the first year. With that, if both taxes brought in the same amount, which tax would be less regressive, the sugar-sweetened beverage or the container tax, in your view?
Probably the container tax, because it'd be harder to avoid.
Okay. And with the issue of financial sustainability being a real factor in this debate, which tax would be more financially sustainable?
So I probably want to look at the results of what happened in Baltimore before answering that, to see what that looked like and to see whether there are other examples and see what happened over time.
Okay, that's reasonable. Very well. Let's move on to Councilwoman Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just feel compelled to put some of this debate in a historical context. In the 8 years that I've been here in council, there's been a lot of work done with the administration around not limiting, but being progressive in our taxation and giving our limited resources, being very focused about who we want to support and provide relief for. And so the $217 million in BERT and other wage reductions are legislated because that has been the hard decisions that this council makes every single year when we approve not only our tax bills but our 5-year plan. I think it's important to say that. I also want to say that the one thing that I've learned in the 8 years I've been here is that a robust debate is not about one option.
That's right.
And as you stated, Councilwoman, looking at what all those options are is part of our process. And I want to caution folks to say that, we can't do real estate, we can't do UNO, because next year, and I think I want to, not taking the words out of Councilwoman Blackwell's mouth, what I want to know is what do we do next year with the projected deficit the school district have for those of us who love children? And so what is the administration's thought about the ask that is projected to be made by the school district next year with their projected $100 million shortfall?
Actually, for both FY17 and FY18, the district is projecting positive fund balances. So it doesn't project a negative until FY...
That's based on the state budget being approved as
It's based on what's already been approved.
Already been approved.
So they don't project deficits until FY19.
Right.
by that point, there'll have been 2 additional state budgets. And I think we were talking about before, we'd really like to see what happens with those state budgets before deciding what we would do with the school district.
So in terms of options, in those, let's talk about year 19 since you bring it up. In year 19, our projected wage tax reductions increased to 35 million, I believe, and then 65 million.
In FY19, we project that the cost of the wage tax reductions is about 34 million.
Why do they jump up so high from one year to the next?
It was based on kind of when you do the amount of rate reductions that we put in, we could felt like in FY19 we had a little bit more
This is an
room.
increased rate reduction than the one from the previous 5-year plan.
It's actually, I think, not from the previous 5-year plan. It's about ends up being about the same. It just we have fairly low rate reductions in the first couple of years, and we start ramping up when we have a little bit more of a stable fund balance, and we can afford a little bit more.
And why have we done that every time we do a 5-year plan?
This is my first year doing this, so I can't.
Why have we had more room?
Why have we always kicked those reductions down the road?
It really does relate to kind of where our fund balances are. And our fund balances are pretty tight, so we can't afford more early on.
So,
and the more you do early on, the more all of those kick through for every year of the plan, right? So if you have a really high reduction the first year, it's going to multiply by 5.
I wanted to bring the health commissioner back up because he made a statement at the end of my last questioning that I want to.
Yes.
Hello. We haven't had a chance to meet yet. When I was talking about some of our feeding programs and the fact that the options that were provided in our senior centers, you said, what did you say to me?
I asked whether water was available.
That is part of the problem with this debate. There is this elitist view that the people that we're highlighting in this map have options, and if not, they can drink water. And that only those folks who can afford sugary drinks will be the ones who have a choice to afford it. And if not, you just have water. And I can tell you that in the discussions that I have in the community, it is that approach, that attitude of people choose to drink sugar drinks as opposed to the limited options in their neighborhoods is part of the problem with this debate. And so I just wanted to let you know that is part of the challenge and what I see part of the problem with this tax. Not only that it's regressive and everything else, but this approach that people have all these options is not a good one. And I don't think that as someone who's a healthcare official well, I didn't like your response.
Okay, I apologize. I will just say, though, that we would recommend that everybody drink water, whether they're high income, low income.
I drink water. My son drinks a lot of water. My husband is a health nut and juices. And I can tell you that everything that they drink has some minor level of sugar. And water is just not enough. And the issue of choices, because, we keep making this health thing around choices, is for poor people, and I'm speaking on, this math reflects me, reflects the people I represent. It's not cool. It's not cool for us to say people have choices because poor people don't have those choices. That those folks who can afford to drink an orange juice. If you did a comparable analysis about the person who buys the iced tea versus the orange juice, the pricing is almost double in those neighborhoods. And that's the core of this debate about who's going to pay for what we all agree are very important initiatives, and that shouldn't be taken lightly.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Sounds like we're headed towards a tobacco settlement in the near future. Chair recognizes Councilman Jones.
Was my time up?
Yes, by several minutes. I don't think we're going anywhere anytime soon. Have a Snickers bar.
I want her clock on mine. Listen, so for the record, my grandmother made the best lemonade ever. It did not require a whole bunch, but she made it with a lot of love, and we drank it all the time. And we live, and I was born poor before a whole bunch of folks, so we've had options. A couple of questions. What?
We could try and help.
May I borrow them back for a second? Thank you. I was wondering where you went.
We're having a nice chat, too.
Yeah, well, we can have one public. So there's a lot of debate or discussion about predictability of funding. In one breath, I hear predictability so that we can maintain a fund for young people, for libraries, for rec centers. And then I hear that consumption is going to make it drop off. And then I hear the economic theory that somehow, GNP is going to be shattered as we know it in Philadelphia. And so I'm really confused. But let me ask a couple of questions, because this sounds reminiscent of the debate we had on the cigarette tax and how there was going to be mass exodus out of and that, the inner city economics was going to collapse, and that people were going to make major cigarette runs into that would somehow trigger. I don't get it. Tell me, was the impact of the cigarette tax as drastic as it was predicted, and what was the result by way of revenue?
So I don't believe that either that or the liquor tax, that either one had the dramatic negative impact that were projected. I think both of those taxes have provided stable revenues for the school district over time.
To the degree that we don't have to go back to real estate this year or next?
Right, correct.
Okay. All right. I will end on that.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman O.
So, to further this discussion, the AVI resulted in surprisingly reduced taxes for our biggest commercial buildings. And they have come back recently to say that they are for bifurcating real estate taxes, with the caveat that the tax be no more than 15%. And, I'm not clear, based on this principle that we're discussing, why that would be. Why would we, if all these new modern buildings that are 3.9 billion and all that, they're being developed, they would have prime rental and use and occupancy. Why would we limit that to 15% when 15% does not reach the full value of those large commercial properties? When we're trying to get money elsewhere, why don't we just do bifurcated real estate tax and grade it according to the value of the property?
So let me first say that the 15%, not our proposal. So, I think that's definitely something worth discussing.
Okay.
And I'd say that, also want to say that the administration favors the idea of a bifurcated rate. But to get there, you need to amend the state constitution.
Right.
And that's a multi-year process. So the soonest you could see something from that would probably be 3 years from now.
Okay. So the last time we talked about this, the administration was supporting a 15% cap. And, but I'm glad to hear that it's not done deal, it's all theoretical. Okay, good. So what about since we're not taxing everyone evenly, we're looking at alternatives. So alternatives, there are many kind of incentives, and I'm not necessarily favoring any of these, but I'd just like to know, why have we not kind of why isn't there a consideration of other taxes if you're going to create incentives? For example, we have new buildings, and we like those, and we have old rundown buildings, and why don't we create different classes of city taxes to deal with those? Or, for example, new technologies that leave entire groups of businesses not paying any taxes at all in our city.
I'm not sure what the question is.
Like, in other words, if you're not going to have a broad-based tax, and you're going to target something that's already paying taxes and 2% above and everything else, have you looked at other industries that are not paying any taxes?
So for the most part, and I probably should actually ask the city solicitor to answer this, because I think part of the answer is a uniformity clause answer. But I think I actually saw him walking out, but I think that's really a question for him, because I think we would be precluded from doing what you're talking about.
But for use and occupancy, we set the rate for use and occupancy. Don't we set the rate for parking tax and everything like that?
Sure, if you're asking why didn't we increase UNO or parking?
I'm saying, why wouldn't you
because for
different
UNO and
classes?
parking to generate enough revenue, you would have to have really dramatic increases. And we thought that level of increase would be too large and have too negative an impact.
Okay, so there's not any business being run in Philadelphia that is growing, that is just avoiding paying any taxes at all? You cannot think of one?
No, we can't have a different rate for a specific business.
I'm not saying a different rate. I'm saying
Right.
they're not paying any
So
taxes whatsoever.
No, there aren't businesses that are not.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Squilla. Councilwoman, oh, here he is. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe this was Councilwoman Bass's turn, but I'll just take it real quick. And a lot of people have gone back to the delinquent taxes, and I know Councilman Dom has talked about the collection process. Do we have an actual number that we could state or put on the books of delinquent real estate taxes? Not so much as far as water and fees and things like that.
You're talking about what's collectible or what's outstanding?
Well, if it's not collectible, what are we doing with it? You could say what's out there, what do we think's collectible, and why are we just keeping numbers out there?
Yeah, and I'll hand it over to Commissioner Breslin and also say that Revenue sent over a collection strategy document today that kind of lays out in detail what they're doing. And there's a large portion of that that's about the real estate tax, but let me turn it over to the Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, so the number that we've been talking about, and I think numbers have changed a little bit, but the number that has been discussed is from December, and the real estate active delinquency was $235 million.
235 million is active delinquency. Does that mean 10 years or less? What's active?
Yes.
10 years or less?
Yes.
And how much is 10 years or more?
I'm sorry, repeat that, please.
How much of the delinquency is older than 10 years?
That is the inactive, I don't know that number, I have it.
While he's looking that up, I should say in the 5-year plan and in the budget, we assume, I think it's about 45 million of delinquent collections on the property tax on the city side each year. And so it's probably about 50 million on the school district side. So we're assuming about 90 million or so. And I think that number is actually, what the collection is actually shown in that document we sent over.
So we're going to say we're going to collect about $90 million a year in delinquent taxes over and above what our regular tax collection is. Is that correct?
Over the current collections.
Over the,
right.
And our current rate of collection is, what do we project at that, at during the
About
budget?
94%.
94%?
For the property tax within the year that it's due. But I
That's right.
should let you answer.
That's correct, 94% within the tax, within the year that the tax is due, and the number you were asking for is around 53 million.
Oh, it's
Older
only
than 10
53
years.
million that is uncollectible, or over 10 years?
Yes.
Okay. So we're saying in real estate, our numbers, I guess the city numbers, compared to maybe the controller's numbers that are off, and I know there's a discrepancy there. But we're saying that if you combined all the total real estate taxes due, it's still less than 300 million,
Yeah.
right? It's 200 and...
I think the difference between the controller's numbers and ours, I'm imagining that their numbers include interest and penalty, and Commissioner's talking about
Yeah,
principal.
I'm talking about principal only.
Okay, so if we make these deals, we're not going to collect interest and penalty off anybody then moving forward, that we...
Some portion of it, but it's
Well-
likely that we wouldn't collect all of the interest and penalty due.
And they're able to make those arrangements with the revenue department at this point.
That's
All
correct.
right, so then,
And it's important just to, when
This
we
is
talk
principal
about
only.
these numbers, to note that although these are the delinquency figures, a lot of these are in a status that they may be compliant. They could be in a payment agreement, they could be in bankruptcy, they could be in some status that prevents us from taking any action.
oh, so even our payment agreements are considered delinquent
They're
status?
in these
And those
delinquent-
numbers are in there?
Those numbers are in here.
Is there a way to break them
We
up?
do have another report that breaks down these, when we can get that to you, by enforcement status, so you can see how many are in bankruptcy, how many are in payment agreements, and other statuses.
Well, that way.
Yes, it's in the document that we sent over.
That's in that, what's the one you sent today?
It is.
And that would be great then, because I mean, that helps tremendously to see what is actually collectible and other ones that are showing delinquent, but they're actually paying them, but yet they're showing delinquent. So it would be great to have it, so it's broken down in people who aren't paying, people that are still delinquent but in payment plans, and then people who aren't paying but maybe because they're bankrupt,
Correct.
and it's in a bankruptcy holding.
Yeah, while they're in bankruptcy, we can't bill them or take any
Well,
collection action.
That would be great. And again, is there a separate number then as far as water and sewer bills and?
Yes, there is. Now, that was not in that document, but we can get that for you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
It's up to you, Matt.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Toppenberg.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chairman, it's appreciated very much. I'd like to ask some questions on dividends. Can you shed some light on how the city identifies those who receive dividends and interest and capital gains or gambling income?
Yeah, so those incomes are taxable for the school income tax.
Correct.
So as a compliance initiative, we use third-party data, either from the Internal Revenue Service or from the Pennsylvania Department of Revenue to find out what Philadelphia residents have those types of taxable income. Then we compare it to our database for school income tax to see if they're paying, and if they're not, we notify them about their tax liability.
Now, with that interest, I've looked at some things that constituents have given me. It's over 50%. And what is that based on? That's a lot of interest, 50% interest.
Oh, the interest rate is...
On the tax.
Well, that would be a combination of interest and penalty.
Yeah, but many of these people, get these notices, and they're several years old. I'm actually looking at one now that has actually in the worksheet that was given, this is the first time they've received it, unless you can prove otherwise. I'd like to hear that story. From 2009 to 2014, with the interest in the beginning years being nearly 50%, and then going down to 25%, but still it's a rather high rate. And had there been an earlier attempt to collect this bill, they would have gotten the money earlier, quicker, and I think the person would have paid.
Right, so some of the limitation there is that it takes us a while to get the information from the third-party sources. So by the time IRS processes their information, does what they need to do with it, sends it to us, it's generally, and I'm averaging, about 2 years old before we get it. And then when we do get it, our statute of limitations is 6 years. Well, actually, because these are non-filers, there is no statute of limitations. But what we do through our compliance program is we limit the look-back period to the 6 years, and then we offer abatement, and I'm not remembering with this current program right now what the level of abatement is, but there's some level of penalty abatement built in that if a taxpayer complies with the notice, they get a degree of penalty abatement.
Having a tax bill, date back to 2009, 2010, that's not good. And even 3 years, I mean, I'd like to hear, they're not here, the IRS. I mean, this is a day of modern technology where you ought to be able to get these records, I'd certainly say within a year, maybe 2, and then to come and try to collect a bill that's 2009, and you're giving some senior citizens heart attacks is what you're doing.
I understand, yeah, that it's...
I mean, has your department ever tried to rectify this, or?
There's been several efforts over the years. Some as simple as just publicizing, trying greater outreach about the tax to get the word out for school income tax. With what we do is when we see people that through our data matching that have smaller amounts due, so that it doesn't build into something so significant, rather than send them a bill, we generally send them a notice that just says, we have an indication that you may be subject to this tax. So please speak to your tax preparer, or give us a call. So we try to do outreach around it. It has been a challenge, and we repeatedly hear from taxpayers that it's a tax that they're just not aware of.
Well, yeah, I think one, there has to be some education. I'd hate to say how much money is on the table for that.
What's also surprising in our research with this is how many of the people that aren't aware of it have professional tax preparers. So, and we reach out to that community. We do seminars throughout the year, cover all of our taxes, especially the Philadelphia, but we also go to suburban because we realize that's where there may be less awareness of Philly taxes. So we go out and do those. We do one out in Springfield, Delaware County. We actually do some in New Jersey. So we really do try to make the outreach. So it's been a challenge for us.
Well, maybe we can help if we know what what the shortcomings are. Maybe we could help, with that challenge. I mean, and I will have to say, many of these people, these dollars are from a little bit of income that they've had and they put over the years. Maybe they worked for Sears Roebuck and they got Sears Roebuck stock or whatever. I know my aunt worked for Boeing, and although she doesn't live in Philadelphia, she's not eligible for this tax. But the fact of the matter is, we need to get the word out, so when a senior citizen gets this, and I think many of them are, they don't get a coronary arrest for what is owed, because most folks want to pay their tax obligation. If not, they are smart enough to hire an accountant to try to get around it, but the fact is they do, and then waiting from 2009, 2010, and I have the facts in front of me, is a long time.
Yeah. Well, we go back to that. I'm not sure what the base year off that is, but it's probably a much more recent. We're in 2016. That's probably 2012, 2013 data that we used, but we go back to that 6-year look back. But keep in mind that there actually is no statute, so we're limiting.
I understand that, but we got to get a better way to do this. And and I know this isn't really the appropriate time to continue to hammer on this, but maybe at some point when things are a little different in these chambers as far as time, we can actually do a resolution on this, and you come before us and explain how this is done.
Well, one piece that I left out that I think is key is that we've talked about the data warehouse that will be implemented in February of next year. And one of the processes that we're trying to accommodate, that should help us to get this information for on our side to do our processing quicker. We can't speed up the IRS. That's a scheduled release. So what happens is the IRS at the same time every year releases this information to us. And we can't speed up that process. But once we get it, we can then speed up our process with the data warehouse. And our ultimate goal with this is to get to a point where we're doing 1 year at a time, so that we're kind of so current that the only year we're dealing with is the year's data that we got, and everyone's kind of up to date. And then it won't be the big impact of, that heart attack bill.
That is a great goal, and I think this, speaking for my colleagues, I think we would all love to see you attain that goal, because there's a lot of money on the table and we can't collect, and if we had them, we might not have to raise other taxes.
Right.
I mean, it is very important. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gill.
Very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. DeBoe, I just wanted to clarify again, because I know it came up. The cigarette tax is a fundamentally different tax than what is being proposed. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
So again, the tax that's being proposed is a distributor's tax.
That's right.
It's a tax on distributors.
Yep. And this is also a tax we'll collect, the cigarette tax the state collects.
That's correct. Okay. And that if wealthy distributors choose to pass on the tax, then it's their choice to avoid their tax obligation in that sense.
Correct.
Okay. I think it's really important because we are trying to think about progressive tax policies and to think about how they work. And it is difficult when we look at wealthy entities and how we look at them. And I think that the attempt to try and take a look at looking at a variety of things as we have distributed taxes across a whole variety of areas as an alternative to particular taxes, that it's important to understand that we are exploring a whole group of alternatives. We have traditionally done that, and that there are lots of interpretations about how we look at progressive taxation. I also thought that it was important it's my understanding that the School District of Philadelphia does not provide sugary beverages at all to its students. I was one of the groups of parents in the mid-2000s who advocated to take out soda out of the schools, make sure that those weren't vendors, and it's my understanding, therefore, that all fruit juices that are provided at the school district level do not have sugar added, that they are all natural fruit juices. So
would not be subject to the tax.
I believe that the provider also supports our rec centers and our after-school programs and those kinds of things. So I think that they share the same providers. So
thank you.
I hope that helps clarify it a little bit. I do think it's important because I do care a lot about the property tax, as I've said before, and I said earlier today, property taxes in UNO in particular are the bread and butter of school district financing. It's essential money. It's the only money that school kids don't have to beg, crawl, and plead for. Every other thing, we literally bleed for that money. Through other kinds of alternatives, when we open up other types of funding streams for the district, we incur a lot of risk when we open up state, allow the state to determine how they want to send revenue our way. So, I do hold those taxes very carefully, and I'm very thoughtful about them. Have advocated that when school district funding occurs, that certainly we do go to our primary revenue streams and that we're responsible at it. I just want us to be really thoughtful and careful about how we look at it and utilize it.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Sanchez.
Thank you. And I know we have other things to testify. I just want to make sure that I'm clear about my question. I wanted us as a city to make sure that we had done due diligence and we had asked all of our providers about what the impacts were on the money. I want to ask the administration to provide for me kind of a departmental by department a reassessment and realignment, like where you feel you've made the most significant changes to realign the budgets to the mayor's priority. You used the fire department as an example, so if I could get that. So everywhere where we touch children and families, how we've realigned to support the mayor's priorities that you've outlined and you feel that you've gone through. If you could provide that for the chair before we finish this budget process, that would be important. I'll leave my rest of my questions because I know we have the community schools and all those folks coming. So I'll leave the rest of that for that.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions I wanted to ask. They might be more revenue related than finance, but on the wage taxes that are delinquent of $44 million, are those basically people who work in companies that don't pay the wage tax? Because my understanding is like payroll services deduct these taxes and pay them to the city.
Yes, they would be companies, that's companies that owe the wage tax. Yes, so they could be, that could have been derived through audit assessments. It could be that they remitted tax returns and didn't pay, but yes, it would be on companies.
So it's not individuals, basically. It's companies that haven't remitted?
Correct.
So and that's $44 million, which includes the interest and penalties. I'm going to go back to what I asked this morning about the BERT delinquency of $130 million. Maybe Rob can answer this one, though, I don't know. Is that something we could actually monetize, sell that delinquency to somebody and get the cash for it?
My assumption is that probably with any one of those streams of delinquencies, that we could monetize it, and the question is how much someone's willing to pay for it. Right. And whether what they're willing to pay for it makes it worthwhile for us.
Do we have a process to see if we can put that out there to see if it's something we should be doing?
We can develop a process. We have not been doing that other than with the property tax, but we can do that.
Okay. I mean, my experience is that if a third party is doing the collection work, they're going to collect it probably very aggressively.
And we do use private firms for collections. Yeah. It's a different question from securitizing, but we do use private firms for collections on the BERT.
And the other thing I just wanted to reiterate, because I heard it this morning and I was surprised, that of the delinquent taxes that we have, 22% are owner-occupied and 78% are either commercial or investors. It's amazing.
Right. Commercial, industrial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman. Before we get finished with this panel, does any other member have any questions on revenue, tax bills? Well, thank you for you joining us here today. Next, if we could we're on callbacks again. I'd like to ask that the Department of Education please approach. Excuse me, we will be taking a short break. We're going to give a few people a chance to get ready for the next panel. Okay. All right, so we will take a short break and be back real soon. Thanks. Well, thank you all. We have callbacks for Department of Education, and if anybody's here from the Managing Director's Office to answer any questions on callbacks regarding rebuild, we ask you to hang in there for a little bit longer. And with that, we're going to convene our committee of whole on the callbacks, starting with the Department of Education and preschool, pre-K, and community schools. So are there any members that have any questions they wish to ask on the callbacks? Well, thank you so much for coming back on the callbacks. Is there any members, before I call up the Managing Director's Office regarding rebuild, does any members have any questions on callbacks for rebuild or the Managing Director's Office in general? Okay, well, this is a first. Well, thank you for the callbacks. We will be in touch. Give me one moment here so we can have the official ending of our council, the whole. All right, so there being no further questions on any of the callbacks to the Department of Education and the Managing Director's Office regarding rebuild, this committee will stand in a recess until Tuesday, May 17th at 10 a.m., at which time we will reconvene in room 400. So thank you all for your time today.